Shit. Let's see. Are you working? You work? You work? Are you working? Are you working? Work? You work? Yeah, you work. Are you working? Are you working? Twitch? Twitch? Are you working? Yeah, Twitch is working. Twitch is woke. I mean, it's working.
This video is sponsored by Into the AM.
By the end of this video, you're gonna know everything there is to know about the Warhammer 40.
Shut up! I need 5 seconds. 5 seconds to prepare this shite. Okay, there we go. I'm here. I exist. I'm alive. Looking quite fresh. Had a shower. Actually, no. I showered yesterday. I'm lying. I'm a liar. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Mute the phone. Okay, alright. Here we are. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another stream. Today we're gonna be reacting to a few videos that I wanted to watch. And we're gonna be eating at the same time. Maybe a mukbang of like pasta. And then maybe we're gonna play Minecraft. Depends on my mood. Maybe I'll watch a 2-hour video. But I feel like that's a little bit unethical. But we never know. But first I wanted to watch this. I'm gonna just hide this. I wanted to watch the exposing the honey influencer scam because I just put it in the backlog and never watched it, so I want to just give it a try. So this is the first video. Then we're gonna watch 40K timeline lore explained, probably. 4K captions. Okay.
By now, you've probably heard about Honey. You know, the browser extension that saves you money.
Do you have Honey installed?
What's Honey?
Oh, no.
Honey.
Honey is a free...
I mean, almost every YouTuber I watched peddle it. Like, it just was sponsored by it. MrBeast is one of the biggest. Obviously. But, yeah.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
That automatically applies coupon codes when you check out online.
Free money, basically.
It's literally free money.
Everyone, actually everyone, like, was sponsored by freaking Honey. I can't believe it. It's like, you had, like, big YouTubers, you know, like, not only smaller channels. It's just... And supposedly, allegedly, I don't know if allegedly, but supposedly they stole money from everyone.
It doesn't make sense to not be using this.
So what's the catch?
There is no catch.
Join Honey, join Honey, join Honey.
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 Honey. Honey. Honey. Honey. Honey. Honey. Honey.
This video tells me there is a catch, and a big one.
Join Honey. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but your favorite influencers sold you a lie. Honey is a scam, and the majority of claims promoted by those influencers aren't even remotely true. But it gets worse. Honey hasn't just been scamming you, the consumer, they've also been stealing.
To be honest, to be completely clear, I've used Honey twice. Never worked, actually. Never. It could never find me a coupon, actually. Like a coupon that I could use. Never, ever. Like I couldn't use it. It was always like, oh no, this coupon expired, or there are no coupons, you're getting your best offer. Like, I never, ever found a coupon with Honey. Ever.
Money from influencers, including the very ones they paid to promote their product. And I'm not just talking about a few bucks here. I believe the scam has likely cost content creators millions of dollars. Sound crazy? Well, I didn't believe it at first either, until I experienced it myself.
No. I believe you. I completely believe you.
Firsthand. In fact, I'm confident this might just be the biggest influencer scam of all time, which is insane considering Honey is owned and run by PayPal, who purchased this company
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
for $4 billion. This 3-part series is the result of a multi-year investigation where I believe I've uncovered signs of advertising fraud, affiliate fraud, the illegal collection of personal data, deception, lies, coercion, extortion, the list goes on. I've reviewed hundreds of documents, adverts, sponsors.
Something that I want to say in regards with this video is it's very well edited. I love what he did with the collecting every single one of these influencers, YouTubers promoting Honey. You can see Caleb City down here. I don't know if I recognize someone else. Is that, yeah, this is Jack's Films. This is not Trevor Noah. This is Trevor Wallace, I think. I know this guy, but I can't remember his name. Red and Link. There are like a lot of YouTubers that just were scammed apparently, which is very interesting because usually scams are one-sided. You get scammed by a content creator, but it's weird or weirder that you get scammed by a company and the company also scams the content creator. Usually the content creator just scams you with help of the company. I don't have an example that comes to mind, but yeah, I wonder if they deleted their their videos.
Sponsorships. I've reviewed emails between Honey and merchants, interviewed victims. Believe me, this runs deep. Now, I want to be clear. The views, allegations, and conclusions expressed in the series are my opinions, based on evidence I have gathered, which will be shared throughout. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Honey Trap.
I am so into this already. I am so invested in this.
Now I know what you're thinking. It's a free browser extension. How bad could it be? Well, trust me, it's far.
Apparently horrible. The worst. Disgustingly bad, actually. If it's like millions of dollars, that's a lot of money. That's more money than I will ever see in my entire life.
Far more sinister than you might think. You know what they say, if a product's free, it's likely you're the product. And as you'll find out later in this investigation, that remains true.
There's nothing free in this life, okay? If someone's giving you something for free, you just have to doubt it. It's like a life lesson. Free stuff equals sus.
True for PayPal Honey. Now, like most people, I too fell for the lies. I mean, what's not to love about a free browser extension that saves you money? It's a compelling product, and with the endorsement from what feels like every single popular influencer on YouTube, it's no wonder millions of people downloaded it. Ironically, the very influencers promoting Honey seemingly had no idea the company was quietly picking money out of their very own pockets.
So wait. How? That's my question, like how?
Well, at least one of them realized, but we'll get to that later. Ooh. So let me show you how Honey's been stealing money from influencers. So let's say you're watching a video on YouTube. If you're into tech like me, maybe you're watching a Linus Tech Tips video. Yes. Linus tells you about this free browser extension that saves you money online. You install it in 2 clicks and boom, you have Honey. Perfect timing because it just so happens you're looking to buy a new CPU for your computer. You come across another Linus Tech Tips video, and after watching, you're convinced you should buy the one recommended in his video. So you scroll down and find Linus's affiliate link to that product. Now, for those of you who don't—
Have you ever bought something promoted by a influencer? I'm not saying like, or YouTuber, I'm not saying like merch, but like an actual product. I never, I couldn't afford it even if I wanted to, or I don't want it. It's not interesting. Usually sponsorships are not like something that I'm interested in. So it's like I watch them and it's like, yeah, no thank you.
No, when you click an
But I would take one because I'm a filthy, greedy YouTuber.
affiliate link and buy something, the influencer who promoted the product earns a commission for referring you to that store. So you add the product to your cart, get to the checkout page, and hello, Honey says they found you 10 coupon codes. Sweet. You click apply discounts and Honey gets to work. But unfortunately, none of the coupon codes worked.
That's what happens to me every time.
Doesn't matter though, because as Honey has promised us for years, that means we know we've got the best deal. So you complete your purchase, you're happy, your new CPU's on the way, Linus is happy, he's getting his commission, everyone's happy.
Okay.
Right? Well, let's quickly rewind and see what was happening behind the scenes. You see, after clicking Linus's affiliate link, you'll notice in the URL, there's a tracking tag labeled short circuit. That's a reference to one of—
Man, people are way smarter than me. I'm just saying, people are way too smart sometimes. Like, well, it's not way too smart. They're just really smart. I could have never figured this out on my own. I think I would have I would never, even if I was looking for it, I wouldn't even know where to start. So I would have been just scammed forever.
Linus's YouTube channels. And this tracking tag is how Newegg knows who to pay a commission to. We can also see that this tracking tag has been saved on my browser in the form of a cookie that will expire in 30 days. That way, if we only decide to complete the purchase a few days later, Linus will still be credited the sale. It's kind of like when you're at a department store buying a TV, and the salesman who helped you gives you a referral card or a receipt with their name on it, so when you eventually get to the checkout counter, the clerk knows which salesman to award the sale to.
Never. I never had to go through that. Ever. I bought a TV, I was just like, I want this TV, okay, go proceed to checkout, period.
You can think of affiliate cookies as a digital version of that. So what happened when we got to the checkout page? Well, once Honey popped up, watch what happened to Linus's affiliate cookie after we clicked apply discounts. You see that? Honey came in, removed Linus's affiliate cookie, and replaced it with their own.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, bro. I would start throwing hands. Lawsuit incoming immediately. Don't touch my money.
Claiming credit for the sale and pocketing the commission money for themselves. Yeah.
Scammers.
Now, if we quickly go back again, we can see what's causing this to happen. After clicking apply discounts, what you'll notice is that in the top left corner of your browser, Honey discreetly opens a small new tab, which acts like a simulated referral click, as if they were the ones to refer you to the website, even though you're already on the website and at the checkout page. Once that page is finished loading and has stuffed PayPal's affiliate cookie, the tab automatically closes, leaving you blissfully unaware that anything ever happened.
Was this like this from the start, or they just like began a few years, like after a few years, when they realized they weren't making enough money, and they were like, okay, sales department, we need to just find a way to fix this, and they were like, what if we steal money from the content creators that we pay, because we are paying them, so we can steal a little bit and make our money back silently and discreetly. Or if it was like this from the start and they were just really smart, quote unquote. I wonder. I'll move you all the way here. I like my shoulders being front and center.
Happened. It's very sneaky. Now, when I first discovered this was happening, I thought, there's no way. Why would all these high-profile influencers be promoting a company that is actively poaching their affiliate commissions? It didn't make any sense. So to make sure I wasn't going crazy, I went on a Honey testing spree, clicking one affiliate link after another, and it kept happening. But even after all those tests, I scoured the internet to see if anyone was talking about this and found nothing. Okay, there was this one debate about it on the Y Combinator forum, but nothing concrete. Besides
it never got out like into mainstream YouTube, so of course nobody talked about it. It's like a small website.
That virtually nobody was talking about this, adding fuel to my doubt. So I figured, screw it. I'll reach out to Honey and ask them directly. And sure enough, they came back to me with the following. If Honey is activated and is the last program used while shopping on a site, it is likely Honey will receive credit for the purchase.
Oh, so it just works like that.
Was right, and just like that, my investigation into Honey began.
But that must be in a contract. That must, like, YouTubers, influencers must have contracts. They have, well, probably they won't read it. I wouldn't. Probably if they offered me like $10,000, I would just like take it. Yeah, take my soul, $10,000. Yeah, sure. My soul is yours. Probably I would do that. But like big YouTubers that have a lot more risk involved, like Mr. Beast or I don't know, like Marquez or I don't know, Anthony Padilla. Don't they have lawyers that read the contracts, or just like the lawyers don't realize or don't care? because it's weird that that happens.
Now, some might consider what PayPal's doing here dirty or highly unethical, but personally, I can't see how it's anything short of fraud. I mean, just imagine something like this happening in a real-world scenario. Let's say you're at a department store looking to buy a new TV. A salesman spends time running you through your options. You decide to buy, he gives you his referral card, you get to the checkout, and right as you're about to pay, a sleazy salesman pops up going, "Hey, shall I check?"
Amazing art. Exactly how a sleazy salesman would look. Like the ring, the glasses, I love it.
If I have any coupon codes for you? Naturally, you say sure. He snatches your referral card without you ever noticing, looks for coupons, says sorry, no luck this time, but instead of handing back the original referral card, he hands back his own. PayPal didn't refer the customer to the store, they didn't promote any of the products, the salesman did that. PayPal provided absolutely zero value to the customer, yet they were rewarded for the sale. But because this is all happening online, buried behind clicks and cookies and tracking data, there's little
Normal, like I said, normal people wouldn't realize. Normal quote unquote, you know, like people that are not into tech or knowledgeable about cookies and that stuff, like me, for example, me. I wouldn't know, I wouldn't realize, I wouldn't ever be able to tell that that's a thing that's happening to me.
little to no transparency that this is ever happening. Okay, but what if Honey had found a working coupon code? Would that make it okay for them to claim the commission? Honestly, no, I don't think so.
No,
the
not
fact
even.
remains that Honey didn't refer the customer to the store, nor did they promote the product.
They didn't do the hard work, so they shouldn't get money, basically. That's it, period. There's no like excuse or anything that they can just like use to get out of this one.
Look, don't get me wrong, I'm a consumer myself. Saving money matters, especially when money's
A lot.
tight. But this scam doesn't just affect wealthy influencers. There are hundreds of thousands of small creators, bloggers, artists who rely on affiliate commissions to support their craft. Sure, you could argue that Honey may have convinced the consumer to complete the purchase by providing a discount. But let's be real, if you're already at the checkout with your items in your cart, you already have a high intent to purchase. And again, this would never fly in a real life sales environment. No department store is going to allow a salesman to hang out at the checkout counter, casually handing out coupon codes while simultaneously stealing commissions from the other sales reps. So why are we
Basic logic.
allowing a corporate giant like PayPal to do it?
Because it's online, it's not real, it's more like it's just happening, and since you can't see it, it's not happening, supposedly, allegedly, but it's actually happening, but nobody realized until now. So that's why they are allowing it to happen. Besides the websites that use the referral codes, they still get their money, so they wouldn't care.
But on the internet. Now, believe it or not, this first example I just showed you with Linus is just one of 3 scenarios in which Honey poaches affiliate commissions, and the next scenarios are even worse. But before I show you how bad scenario 2 is, it's important you understand the fundamental system Honey is exploiting. You see, in affiliate marketing, there's this thing called last click attribution, which basically means last click wins. For example, you might click on a shoe blogger's affiliate link for a pair of Nikes, but you don't buy right away. Later, you click on a YouTuber's link for the same shoes and complete the purchase. In this scenario, the YouTuber gets the commission and the blogger gets nothing. There are other models like first click, where the blogger would win the commission, or dynamic click, where the commission is shared.
I mean, the last 2 are more fair, but also I understand completely like the first one. But also you found it because like you started the purchase process with the first click, so you like the first person that recommended you that and you thought of buying it from their website should get the commission. But I think the last 2 are just way more fair.
But the industry went with last click because while it's not always the fairest, it's the easiest to implement. Therefore, it became the industry standard. Now, when it's blogger versus YouTuber for a sale, honestly, I'd say last click is usually fair. But when it's anyone versus Honey, there's no real competition. Honey pops up right at the end of your purchasing journey, virtually guaranteeing they'll win that last click. They of course know this and do anything they can to get that last click, even when there's no coupon codes to offer. Which brings us to scenario 2. Honey Gold, which is now called PayPal Rewards. Here's how it works. When you get to the checkout and Honey Gold is available, Honey pops up and is essentially saying, "Hey you, consumer, click this button here so PayPal can claim the commission for the sale, and we'll share a portion of that commission money with you in the form of points." It's basically a lame cashback scheme.
Oh god, I hate that though. Oh, hello Ken. I made it in pasta with egg. Egg whites actually, not even the entire egg because I made it in like 5 eggs. Also, I made it in Tupperware because it's bigger than plates. Also, I'm eating an entire tomato. Boy dinner, you know, boy dinner. Anyways, how you doing? We're watching scams. We're watching scams today. Oh god. Oh, let's keep going with this.
And it's genius because if there are no coupons to offer, but the store is participating in Honey Gold,
Bitch, tomato is fantastic. Tomato is fantastic. No, we're having this talk now. We're having this rant. Tomato, people, tomato is fantastic for water intake, okay? Water intake and carbohydrates. It has 1 gram of protein per 100 grams of tomato, which is nothing. Of course it's wet, it's a fruit! What did you expect? Chad! Tomato, fantastic. Your mother is wet and I still eat her out. Got him. It doesn't have a lot of taste, but it's still pretty tasty. Nonetheless.
it gives Honey another reason to get that last click. How can YouTubers, bloggers, or any other type of affiliate fairly compete against this type of mechanism?
Besides, it's impossible to compete against like a big company like PayPal. You can't. As a small YouTuber, or as a big YouTuber even, like MrBeast versus PayPal. PayPal will win. 95% of the time, PayPal will win. MrBeast has nothing, well, 5% chance of winning, but it's less than likely. I can't wait to hear about the lawsuits that are coming out because of this. Like, I hope there are lawsuits.
Of course the consumer's gonna click, and of course they're going to win the sale. Now this got me thinking, how much of their commission are they actually sharing with users? Well, to find out, I decided to put Honey Gold to the test. So I looked for any website where Honey Gold was offered and found it on NordVPN. And no, this is not a sneaky sponsorship. So I signed up for NordVPN's affiliate program, which offers 40% commission on successful referrals. After getting approved into the program, I received a custom affiliate link for my YouTube channel.
I got like, I can't anymore. I got confused. What the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I can't. No, I can't. No. I got like no. I don't get it. What? Let's go back because I got lost. Stop paying attention for a second.
Participating in Honey Gold, it gives Honey another reason to get that last click. How can YouTubers, bloggers, or any other type of affiliate fairly compete against this type of mechanism? Of course the consumer's gonna click, and of course they're going to win the sale. Now this got me thinking.
There we go. I understood now what he was trying to say. No, it just like, I don't know, my brain just farted for a second and I couldn't understand what he said.
How much of their commission are they actually sharing with users? Well, to find out, I decided to put Honey Gold to the test. So I looked for any website where Honey Gold was offered.
Okay, I got it now. He's gonna try to just like find out how much money Honey is giving back to the user. Yeah, okay.
And found it on NordVPN. And no, this is not a sneaky sponsorship. So I signed up for NordVPN's affiliate program, which offers 40% commission on successful referrals. After getting approved into the program, I received a custom affiliate link for my YouTube channel.
Yeah, okay.
Using this link, I made 2 separate purchases. For the first, I activated Honey Gold, and sure enough, you can see my affiliate cookie was replaced with Honey's. And for the second, I didn't activate Honey Gold. As expected, I was awarded a $35 commission for the sale where Honey Gold wasn't activated, and received nothing when Honey Gold was activated.
Oh, $35 difference is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. If you have like I don't know, like 100,000 subscribers and just like 100 of them actually buy NordVPN, it's like 3,500 bucks. That's a lot of money lost. That's rent. That's food. It's just like a lot. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Yeah, no, you're right. Fuck them. Boy.
Activated. For the first time, I experienced Honey poaching my own affiliate commission. So how
Yeah,
much of my
damn.
stolen $35 commission did PayPal sharers cash back with my Honey account?
Probably
AKA
10 bucks.
the consumer. Brace yourselves, 89 points, which is equivalent to 89 cents USD. That's
Oh! Boy! That's theft! It's like 35 bucks against 89 cents. Holy shit. No, that's just straight up like fraud, scammers. Like that's a scam. That looks like a scam. I can't say that they're scammers because they will sue me if they can, if they ever find out about this, which I doubt. Jesus fucking Christ. That's a lot of money.
right. Honey poached a $35 commission for doing nothing and rewarded me a grand total of 89 cents. Thanks, PayPal. You really shouldn't have. No, seriously, you really shouldn't have.
Literally.
Now, on to scenario 3. For you ladies out there, let's say you're looking for a new outfit. Your favorite influencer tries on something that slays, you click on their affiliate link and get to the checkout. But in this scenario, Honey knows it has nothing to offer. No coupon codes, no Honey Gold, yet it still pops up to announce absolutely nothing. Annoying as fuck. Naturally,
Hey, dude, nothing happened. Nothing. We got nothing, okay? Hey, dude, I was just Hey, my dude, I was just calling you to say we got nothing. Nothing happened. The fuck? Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. God damn, they're scammers. They're just scammers.
you click the got it button to get rid of the annoying dancing coin, and whoa, what's that? PayPal takes the sale. Why?
Goddamn.
Because fuck you, Mary, that's your commission.
Why did you take my commission? Fuck you, that's why.
But wait, there's more. My personal favorite is when Honey has nothing to offer, so it pops up offering you to check out with PayPal, even though the option is already available at the checkout page. And of course, if you click the checkout button,
They will replace the
PayPal
thing.
poaches the sale.
Of course, yeah.
Classy. As I was saying, Honey uses any excuse possible to get that last click from the user. It's absolutely disgusting. I can't even begin to fathom how much money has been lost at the hands of this browser extension.
Man, $35 for a NordVPN sponsorship per customer. Now multiply this with Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, Anthony Padilla, Caleb City, Mark Rover, I don't know if Tom Scott, like thousands, no, millions of dollars probably. Like, can you imagine, like, even if 1,000 or 10,000 subscribers bought 1 year plan for NordVPN, that would be $350,000 lost. That's a lot of money. That's just not fair. God damn, they are just the worst. They're just, It's not fair. Besides, how can you compete with that even? It's impossible. I can't believe it. I can't. It's just like, it can't fit in my mind right now. God, I'm sorry. I'm looking to the side, but I'm just trying to change something on the stream, and it's not working properly. Sorry. Give me a second. Oh, come the fuck on. Okay, I couldn't. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Can't change the thing. Sorry. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep watching that. Oh God.
Imagine being the influencers who promoted Honey, telling
Wait.
lost at the hands of this browser extension. Imagine.
There we go. Mr. Beast, Oompaville, Honey Padilla, Game Theories, Linus Tech Tip, Penguin Zero, Pokimane, Trash Taste is there. I see it on the side. Those YouTubers have millions of subscribers. That's a lot of money wasted.
Being the influencers who
Stolen. PewDiePie up there.
promoted Honey, telling your audience, who by the way are the most likely to use your affiliate links, to download an app that poaches your affiliate sales. It's crazy. Now, to be clear, not every influencer who promoted Honey engages in affiliate marketing, so those who don't are obviously unaffected.
Of course,
But did any of the influencers who are engaging in affiliate marketing ever catch on to what Honey's been doing? Well, it turns out yes, at least one of them did.
good.
Linus Tech Tips, who have been promoting Honey since 2007.
I mean, of course, they realized, like, it's a tech channel. Big one at that. Also, 16 million subscribers or more.
So here's how I found this out. You see, one day I was browsing Linus's forum to see if anyone had raised a red flag about Honey. And sure enough, back in 2020, someone sounded the alarm, but it was ultimately ignored. However, in 2022, a different user noticed that LMG were no longer promoting Honey and asked the team if they had been dropped as a sponsor, to which one of Linus's employees responded with, "We ended the partnership with Honey due to the way their service interacted with affiliate links. Essentially, if someone clicked on an affiliate link and then they used Honey and searched for a deal, Honey will override that tracking link even if they don't find you a deal. That
is
didn't
this
jive with
legal?
us, so we ended the partnership." Okay, so they had no idea this was happening, and it took them several years to catch on. That's quite telling, because we're talking about a tech-savvy YouTube channel that's run by a very large team. The fact that it took them several years to figure this out, in my opinion, really underscores the deceptive nature with which Honey operates. If Linus and his team didn't know, I can't imagine many other influencers would have known either. Now, I have to say, as a longtime viewer and supporter of Linus's channel, I'm incredibly disappointed they weren't more public with this discovery. I get this specific issue doesn't directly affect their viewers, but surely they must have realized the wider impact this could be having on the creator community, a community they're a part of. I think that matters. And it's not as though they only promoted Honey once or twice. They did approximately 160 sponsored segments, all of which remain live on YouTube. Those videos have accumulated around 194 million views. According to my data, that makes Linus's company LMG the third largest promoter of Honey on YouTube. So yeah, in my opinion, they should have made more noise about this. But
Actually, yes. If you know they're stealing money, why wouldn't you let know other creators like, hey, heads up, they're stealing money from you.
what's truly baffling to me is that after LMG ended their partnership with Honey, they then went ahead and partnered with a company called Karma Now, a coupon browser extension that literally engages in similar behavior. Now, I did reach out to LMG about this situation, and I'll be honest, their response was not to my satisfaction. They didn't address the majority of my questions, however, they did at least provide some important context about their dealings with Honey. LMG stated that as soon as these issues with Honey were brought to us, we tried to work with them to remedy them. After a few calls, we were informed that they weren't willing to change, so we stopped working with them across all channels. So let me get this straight. One of Honey's biggest promoters goes to them and says, hey, can you please stop overriding our affiliate links? And Honey effectively goes, Nah,
Nope.
not happening. Assuming I've got that correct, and if true, that just goes to show what little regard Honey has not only for content creators, but also their partners. Now, as for LMG's less than ideal response, I did press Linus's team to address the rest of my questions, but never heard back from them.
We're YouTubers. You know they're stealing money from other YouTubers. You don't say anything. That's just evil. I don't know, like that's just being mean. Why wouldn't you tell everyone else? Let's say you're afraid of, I don't know, getting sued. Still, people will be on your side. You will win. And even better, you can make an expose video and make millions of dollars off of it. And you can help people. The most important part of this is helping other YouTubers. I guess once you get a certain amount of subscribers, you just get disconnected with the smaller side of YouTube, and you just think in big numbers and content and content and content and content forever and ever and ever. I guess that's how it works.
But it's time to shift gears, because unfortunately, this scam runs much deeper than stolen affiliate commissions. It's time we talk about how Honey
it gets
used these
worse.
influencers
Let's go.
to sell you a complete lie. How they sold you a product that was doing the opposite of what they promised. You see, as I was testing Honey across different stores, I was encountering a reoccurring issue. When I reached the checkout page, Honey would claim it couldn't find me any coupon codes. Yet when I searched manually, I found working codes with ease.
Oh, so it doesn't work?
And even when Honey did find me a code, I was often able to find another code of better value. Kind of strange, given their claim that
Well, thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is now a thing of the past.
Another oddity was that Honey would often only find me Honey branded coupon codes, such as Honey 5 or Honey 10. Why would a store only have Honey branded coupon codes? Kind of weird, right? But the biggest red flag was that when I tried submitting the better coupon codes I'd found, Honey wasn't adding them to their database. So why not?
Let me guess, to save money, because they couldn't put the referral link in the cookie. They couldn't replace that, so they wouldn't get the money, so they would just avoid adding it. I can bet that that's it. I think I kind of understood.
Not. Well, eventually I figured out what was going on. It turns out that one of the key benefits for stores partnering with Honey is that they are given full control over which coupon codes go live on the platform, if any at all. I discovered this while listening to a podcast produced by Honey, which appears to be aimed at attracting new businesses to joining their platform. In this podcast, an employee from the Australian clothing store, Princess Polly, discusses the benefits of partnering with Honey.
What would you say to any brand that is considered working with Honey but hasn't yet?
I would say missing out on converting customers. Like I said before, Gen Z is super discount savvy. You can't ignore the fact that they will hunt for like discount codes and they might find a better deal. With Honey, you can also control the discount code percentage, which means like they will potentially find a higher discount code on the internet. It literally lets you control like the customer journey, convert and control like the discount code percentage as well.
This is insane. She's basically saying Honey is great for businesses because it encourages users not to bother hunting for coupon codes. And it
Okay, it saves money to the businesses. So, yeah, I guess that's good for someone. That's not the consumer. Oh, always the consumer comes last.
allows businesses to control which coupon codes are shared with consumers. Now, I was able to further verify this on Honey's website, specifically the FAQ page for partners, which clearly states, as a partner, you have control over the content hosted on the Honey platform. So yes, even if Honey knows of a coupon code that offers say 20% off, but a partnering store tells them, hey, only share a 5% off coupon, then that's the only discount Honey will apply to your cart at the checkout page. I mean, holy shit. Honey wasn't finding you the best deals possible. They
Never.
were intentionally withholding them from you for their own financial gain. This completely invalidates Honey's core value proposition to consumers. For years, they sold you the lie that they would find you every working coupon code on the internet and apply the best one to your cart. But nope, complete and utter lie.
Isn't that fraud? Aren't they just like defrauding people? Just like that?
They have literally been feeding you coupon codes that were approved by the partnered stores who were paying them. And can I just say, the double messaging here is hilarious. Because on one hand, Honey has appealed to consumers by promising to find the best deals possible. But on the other hand, they appeal to businesses claiming that Honey helps prevent consumers from finding the best deals. It's absurd. Now, when you think about it, this all makes complete sense. I mean, why would any online business pay Honey for sharing their highest value coupon codes with its 20 million users? That's not an appealing partnership whatsoever.
of course not,
So,
but still.
to make a partnership more attractive, Honey told businesses, hey, if you partner with us and pay us an affiliate commission, we'll let you control which discount codes are shared on our platform. And we'll tell our consumers we scoured the internet and found them the best deal possible. Everybody wins. Just not the consumers or the influencers.
Of course, usual. God damn, dude. They're just fucking us in the ass. And we are letting them.
With this discovery, I decided to do a thorough audit of Honey's advertising campaigns. And yikes, the ads, the sponsorships, everywhere you look, it's lie after lie. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up going down as one of the most aggressive, shameless marketing scams of the century. Just look at this insane list of videos that were sponsored by Honey. According to my data, they sponsored almost 5,000 videos across roughly 1,000 different YouTube channels, racking up an unbelievable 7.8 billion views. It's crazy. So now that we have a clearer picture of how Honey operates, let's reflect on some of their claims.
Honey will find every working code on the internet and apply the best one to your cart.
If Honey can't find a discount code for you, then you can rest assured there's not a single discount or promo code on the internet.
It's a free browser extension that automatically finds you the best promo codes for anything you purchase online. You literally don't spend money.
Honey searches the known internet for every promo code ever used. This means you always get the best deals without even trying.
What Honey does is take money and they put it in your pocket.
If there is any way to save money on your purchase, they'll find it.
Getting you the lowest prices possible at checkout.
You are always going to get the best deal no matter where you're shopping. Amazon, eBay, Best Buy, doesn't matter. Honey's got your butt covered.
If Honey can't find a code, you have the best deal.
It really puts into perspective just how shady this company is, doesn't it? Now, believe it or not, the Better Business Bureau launched an inquiry into Honey's advertising claims. But after Honey immediately discontinued the claims for, quote, business reasons, the BBB decided to drop the case. Honestly, at this point in my investigation, I thought I'd seen the worst of it. I thought I understood the full picture of Honey's shady business model. But here's the thing. What I haven't told you is that there were instances where Honey would actually work really well, finding me incredible discounts that seemed almost too good to be true. Now, it wasn't very often, but enough to confuse me. And there were even times when they weren't poaching affiliate commissions by claiming the credit for sales. These inconsistencies bugged me. It didn't add up with everything else I had discovered.
Yeah, the evidence is just like not consistent enough to form like a actual claim.
But it was clear I was missing something. Well, once I finally figured out what that was, I uncovered an even darker side to PayPal scam. One that targeted an entirely new victim.
Oh no,
We started having problems where customers would get in touch via our support saying, oh hey, I just tried to use this discount, this 60% off coupon, and it doesn't work. I'd be like, dude, that is not your discount, like how did you get that? And they'd be like, oh, it just showed up through the Honey extension.
Yeah, it cost us thousands, and I haven't even looked into how far back it went.
At the end of the day, like, you need to make the numbers work, and if Honey is going to steal 10% of your revenue all the time, you're going to have to raise prices at the end of the day, and it's just like a really awful business model. Like, we've been so mad at them for so long.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's just awful. That's just bad. You know, it's an amazing video. Yeah, it's worth checking out. It should have more views. It's 10 million. It should have more views. You know, it's like an amazing channel. Not my brand of content, but I love it still. amazingly edited. So yeah, now they're stealing. I want the second part now. I need the second part of the video. God damn. You can't leave me hanging like that, but I guess they just did, so it's not much. There's not anything I can do but wait for more content. More content. Okay, we are gonna watch something else now. We are going to watch Warhammer content now. Don't know anything about Warhammer except freaking I'm from Argentina, Burger. Welcome to the stream. I don't know anything about Warhammer. I am just not knowledgeable enough. But this guy seems to be, because their whole channel is about Warhammer, apparently. So yeah. We're gonna watch this. And they feel like a cyberpunk villain. Like a cyberpunk in Cyberpunk 2077, or a cyberpunk in the generally speaking of. Which, yes. Ew, Warhammer? You don't like Warhammer, Burger? I don't know anything about Warhammer, so you're setting my expectations low now. I mean, this is 40k timeline explained, everything you need to know. It sucks. Really? But a lot of people like it. A lot of people like it, Burger. I mean, I can't skip it. I said I will watch it. Now I have to do it. I have to do it. I need to know. I need to find out about the lore. I am like Mudpad. Has Mudpad ever done like a freaking just this once? I mean, we can watch, and I think Ken on YouTube is gonna appreciate this. We can watch the Lies of P video first, which is some. I played this game and I loved it but hated it at the same time. So we're still gonna watch the 40k timeline. There's no escaping that. There's just not a chance, but we can watch this first. By Sputnik 34. Lies of P has ruined Dark Souls for me. My opinion on Lies of P is that it's a good game, a Souls-like, but it feels like a carbon copy of Bloodborne. Dude, you just hate everything, Burger. Are you a hater? Are you a natural-born hater? We're watching one or the other. There's no escaping this shit. It's facts. Okay. I mean, I never played Dark Souls, so I can't speak of that. I played like the third one for 20 minutes and then got bored. But I love Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and Demon Souls, so it's like, I don't know. I mean, probably, like, I wouldn't, like, discard that with Dark Souls, but since I don't know, there's a video that just, like, came up the other day. It's, like, 11 hours, and it's, like, the entire history of Bloodborne, but I'm not watching that on stream. It feels like stealing content straight up. So we're gonna watch Lies of P story. Well, no, it's not story, it's, like, ruining Dark Souls, which I don't know how could you ruin. There are no story spoilers in this video, but there are some slight visual spoilers from later in the game, blah, 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 but nothing. Don't worry about it. Like, honestly, Lies of P, not a good game. It's mid. Gotta be honest, it's mid. Okay, let's go.
No. This is it, dude. This is what I'm looking at is the game I've wanted from another studio since Dark Souls 2 came out. This is it. This is the one. This is it. People who don't think that this is it will never be satisfied by any game that ever comes out in their entire life. This is it. This is the one. I could kiss this game. I want to hug the director. I want this game in my DMs. All right? If this game peaks beyond this moment, I will cry.
It's not that good, bro. Literally. Yeah, that's my opinion. This is my actual opinion on the game. It's a not the bland part, but Bloodborne Souls copy. Literally, like the movements and the opening the doors are just like literally the same. Some of the movements are just so similar. So yeah, goddamn. I mean, the only thing I liked about Lies of P is the puppet part, like the puppet enemies and the puppet bosses. That I love. The rest is just super mid.
The Souls series is loosely classified as an action RPG, and they rapidly became an incredibly popular subgenre in the video game world. Starting with Demon's Souls back in 2009 and developed by From Software and arguably perfected in 2011 with Dark Souls, which, lest we forget for all of the rabid Souls fans who just saw the title of this video and are already seething at the mouth like an overflowing washing machine, it won the ultimate game of all time at the Golden Joysticks Award in 2021.
Yeah, well, that's just an award show. It's nah, bro, nah.
Souls-likes as a subgenre have birthed a near countless number of...
Okay, let's see. I played Darksiders 3, I played Nioh, I played Hollow Knight, and I hate it. The Surge made me rage to no end. That game made me throw my controller 3 times against the wall until it broke. Hollow Knight is really nice. Actually, it's a nice game. Darksiders is a game you can enjoy, and it's not like similar to Dark Souls at all, I think. I don't know.
Of reiterations from a number of different studios, all based on that original game from Software. From Software have since released essentially 2 sequels to the original Dark Souls game with Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and have since experimented with the initial game's formula with Bloodborne, Sekiro, and finally came back full circle by returning to the Dark Souls formula paired with a massive open world through Elden Ring. No matter what though, the genre always comes back to what Demon's Souls began with, which is a large emphasis on enemy-led combat, tough enemies, grueling boss fights, excellent and intricate level design, and in my opinion, a great emphasis on exploration and obtuse quests.
The only thing that bothered me in the beginning, and it still bothers me quite a lot when I play Bloodborne, is that the story is extremely confusing. I played it 3 times, okay? I played it twice in a row. I played it, the first time I played it, 6 days to beat it. I finished it and started again. Took me 5 days to beat it, and I still couldn't quite get the story. I had to watch a lore video, like a 5-hour lore video to understand the story, and that's my problem with Souls-likes. This is just like the story sometimes is just not clear.
My history with the Souls games is rather weird, but I was right there from the beginning. I had an old friend of mine who was trying to get me to play Demon's Souls, which they got through GameFly, and they were adamant.
I mean, I get it that it's like the point of Bloodborne, maybe, but still, come on, like, you should be able to tell what's happening sometimes. I have to watch lore videos to understand it. It's just kind of annoying as me, like, as a person that likes story in games. That's my opinion.
That I would love it. But I was pretty confident that I wouldn't, because at that time, I didn't really get RPG games, and especially ones that looked like this. But after reluctantly making a character whose name was literally a random assortment of letters because I was confident I would give up the game in under an hour.
I mean, it's, Bloodborne. But I could understand more Demon Souls than Bloodborne, which is, I don't know, weird.
I very quickly found myself clicking with the pace of the game's combat, and even though I was getting my ass handed to me, I was having more fun with a video game than I had had for roughly 5 years. I eventually bought the game for myself and somehow managed to beat it, but I skipped a fuckload before Dark Souls came out. Dark Souls, in all of its sprawling beauty, with a game world that is honestly still so impressive that it's a genuine miracle that it's real, was so intimidating that I actually didn't finish it or literally any other Souls game until 2019. But once I finally got the confidence to actually beat one of these fucking things later in my life, I became obsessed again with them, and have since beaten all of the games in the main series at least 2 times despite my dislike for Dark Souls 3. And I have since beaten all of the modern From Software catalog with the exception of Elden Ring at least once. It's hard to actually oversell the influence of the Souls games, as it not only spawned an entire subgenre, but it has since influenced thousands of what would be normal gamers into hateful little shitheads online who spout Dark Souls to be the single greatest thing that has ever graced their lives.
Oh, they're so wrong though. Don't let them cook. Don't let them cook. They're not cooking. They're just like freaking burning the food straight up. Dark Souls may be a good game. It's not one of the best games of all time. Not even close. I'm gonna say it. Bloodborne is better than Dark Souls. Demon Souls is better than Dark Souls. And I feel like Elden Ring could be better than Dark Souls.
And anyone who has an issue with any of these games to be unable to see the genius of these games or their lord and savior, Hidetaka Miyazaki. And look, I know that the title of this video seems a bit hyperbolic and a little bit clickbaity. And I need to let you know here and now.
Burger said that exactly the same thing, so I don't know.
Now, if you haven't been on my channel before and you haven't clicked off this video yet,
this is the
and
first time.
or haven't left a hateful little comment proving my point, I love these games. My ranking of these games might be insane to some of you.
Okay, let's see. Let's judge this. First, Bloodborne. I agree completely. Sekiro I haven't played, so I don't know. Is that Dark Souls 2? Yeah, Dark Souls 2 right there. I don't agree with the Dark Souls thing. Elden Ring should be second, third.
But I can't emphasize enough how much I love these games. I love them. They have become podcast games for me, and I don't know about you, but for me, that's a big deal. I can just turn these games on and zone out and play through sections of the game at a time until either my eyes glaze over or I get creamed one too many times and get a little bit frustrated.
Oh, yeah, okay, I got it. I do that with Need for Speed. Like, Need for Speed for me is like a game that I can just turn on like Spotify, start listening to music, and go for like a long-ass drive.
Either way, though, I'm saying to myself, at the end of the day, I guess enough is enough for now. The amusingly difficult thing about this fact is that there are only so many times that you can play through these games before you get tired of them. It doesn't matter how much you love any game. Sure, you can add mods that change the game a little bit or drastically, essentially completely overhauling the entire framework of the game, but at the end of the day, there are really only 7 of these games made by From Software. And that's where the Souls-like subgenre really comes into play.
Yep.
But this is the monkey's paw wish, because while there are hundreds, if not thousands of Souls-like out there, there are only a tiny handful that are, in my opinion, even worthwhile to play through. And this brings up the rather important question: what makes a Souls game good? I ask this question because these studios pumping out these Souls-likes must be struggling with this exact question, because the ones that even are worth playing through don't hold a candle to the standard set by From Software. The best in the genre.
Most of these, like, not copycats, but inspired games struggle with the difficulty aspect of it. For me, Lies of P, even though it was hard, it wasn't nearly as hard as Demon Souls or Bloodborne. It's just straight up. Lies of P, I could just be playing for 3-4 hours and just beat like a few bosses, go back around, level up, and come back. Even the final boss, after I like realized that I could beat it with one weapon, it took me like 5 tries, and it was so easy. The final boss of Bloodborne, it took me 2 days almost to beat the first time, because I didn't understand anything about it. I think I'm dying. Oh fuck, I think I'm dying. Okay, no, it's just hiccups.
Have their own unique strengths, but never truly have their weaknesses even out against those positive ones. A game like Nioh, for instance, can honestly introduce a really interesting combat system of stances. But the game is hindered by a truly atrocious system of micromanaging every single aspect of clothing and weapon attention.
It was so
almost
freaking
literally more
annoying.
than half the playtime of Nioh is spent in the menu comparing numbers to other numbers, which would normally be fine by me, as I love Euro trash board games. And doing exactly that is what I love doing in those board games. But when I'm playing a Souls-like, I kind of just want to play the fucking thing. A game like Thymesia, however, has a wonderful continuation of the parry mechanic of Sekiro, with its own little kind of unique spin on the stamina bar, also in Sekiro. But the problem that I think I have with Thymesia is that, just like a lot of other quality Souls-likes, there seems to be this inescapable reality of the game just being a little janky. Sure, the game is fun, and it's one of the ones that I hold in the highest regard in the subgenre of Souls-likes, but there's no escaping the fact that game's a little janky. What I'm getting at is that no game, despite all of the faults that I think are basically intrinsically imprinted onto the DNA of From Software games, no studio has even come close to matching what the studio and Miyazaki can push out. Lies of P, however, has...
No, don't start, don't even start. I love this boss. First time I thought it was bullshit, then I realized what she was doing, and it was like, oh, this is easy.
Always appeared different, at least to me. When the game got truly unveiled with an early gameplay teaser, myself and many others were impressed by what we saw, but we always had that reasonable concern for doubt. Yeah, you know, it looks good, but I doubt it'll play half as well. Is a phrase that I heard a countless number of times from the Soulsborne
some of the things
fandom.
are bullshit.
And I mean, yeah, that was always on the table, but the more that Round 8 Studios showed us of the game, the more confident I became that these people knew what they were doing. They would trickle out visuals of information that alluded to many tweaks of the Souls gameplay, like a new type of durability system, as well as its own unique taste of the Shinobi prosthetic from Sekiro. But the thing that really turned my world upside down was when they finally dropped a demo for the game earlier this year. Not only was the gameplay just exquisite, but the confidence...
I'm sorry, some of the things of the gameplay of the combat are just broken. Like, some of the hitboxes are just freaking destroyed.
That the devs showcased in their game was honestly the most reassuring thing about that demo. I made a whole video about my takeaway from the demo that I can link here if you want, but it showcased 3 entire boss battles and plenty of separate systems, including not only combat, but level ups, your Legion arm, a skill tree, as well as others. No studio would put out a demo of that length and showcase the amount of stuff in their game if they weren't sure that people wouldn't like it. I beat that demo upwards, and I'm not kidding, 15 times, because I was just flat out astounded by what it presented to me. A Souls-like that could actually match and potentially surpass From Software's monopoly on the subgenre. But now I'm sitting here to tell you that
this my god, this boss was so freaking hard. Not the first phase. The first phase was relatively easy. The second phase is just impossible.
Lies of P, and have mostly gotten through a New Game Plus, and I can safely say, without a shadow of a doubt in my mind that not only is this my favorite Souls-like that has ever been made, not by From Software, but it is potentially my #1 favorite game in the entire subgenre, and that is including From Software games. People are giving this game plenty of praise, and that's great, but I really don't think that people are appreciating what this game is, as well as not lauding the studio for the impressive way they managed to make this game as good as it is. Lies of P is more than a good Souls-like. It's more than a great copy of a Souls game. It's more than all of that. Lies of P has ruined Dark Souls for me.
You know what? You know what has ruined Dark Souls for me? Bloodborne. Because Bloodborne is so fast-paced, and I love fast-paced combat and gameplay, and Dark Souls is just slow. And that just ruined it for me.
So let me just get this out of the way right now. I firmly believe that this game was pretty much made for me. And if you want to know whether or not that you're also me, I have a handy little rule of thumb for you to follow. If your top 3 Souls games are Sekiro, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 2 specifically, then I have the utmost confidence in saying, just stop watching this, get Lies of P, and go play it. You will love this game. If you're not me, which honestly, you know, good for you, then you are the one that I need to talk to. So I must come back to this original question of what makes a Souls game good. So like I had mentioned earlier, there are some things that qualify a game to be a Souls-like, and they usually come down to these few factors that I'll expand on here. 1. Deliberate and methodical combat. 2. Meticulously detailed animations. 3. A light RPG system that can lean towards gear-specific builds, even if this is arguably the least important mechanical
Let's see. I think this is a good build, but Vigor is just way too, like, unleveled up. You should level up Vigor. I mean, I'm usually like the strength builds, just like attack, 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 no defense, no parry, just straight up 600 lives taken every time I punch someone. That's how I like to play.
Similarity. 4. Boss battles that incentivize you to learn and master their attack patterns.
This is an easy boss.
5. Intricate level design that utilizes shortcuts to help the player's progress to the next. 6. Bonfire, lamp, idol, checkpoint, whatever the fuck you want to call them, that resets enemies in the area upon use of them. So most of these points are strictly a bullet point that a studio would have to check to qualify it as a Souls-like. It doesn't really qualify the quality of these gameplay points. But Lies of P, while not necessarily breaking new ground with many of these design pillars, consistently passed the bar with flying colors, and in my opinion, honestly, kinda show up From Software at their own game with just a few of these tweaks and changes that the team brought to this game. It's really these slight adjustments to the standard scales set by FromSoft that really elevates this game to the heights that I'm praising it at. Some tweaks are more drastically implemented than others, but each one meshed together into this awesome claw-shaped little heart that Lies of P really is. One of my favorite quality of life features that the game introduces is this beautiful little idea that adds these little quest icons to specific Stargazer checkpoints that help remind you that you have a quest to complete here. Sometimes it's just the face of a character you need to talk to, like Mr. Vanini back at the Hotel Krat, but also sometimes it's just blatantly an item that you're carrying. Souls games have always had this design philosophy of quest designs that lean hard into the obtuse and occasionally hallucinatory. Talk to this person, get this vague, nondescript description or dialogue of a specific thing, and just kind of hope that you wrote it down and remembered to go do something that you're only 80% sure is actually the right thing.
God, I hate
when all is said and done, sometimes it just leads to a conclusion of a narrative quest which tends to end in an incredibly vague and nondescript voiceover that appears to indicate that something has happened, but you may not even be sure of what. Of course, there is always the literal item reward such as a weapon or a spell of some sort, Now, there is something to be said about this style of quest design. It invites conversation, provokes the imagination, and even rewards due diligence. Am I shaming this style of quest design? No, not really. But it does come with inherent issues for player engagement. What Lies of P contributes to this style of quest design is, in a sense, having its cake and eating it too. What is lost, so to say, in allowing the player to be able to look at a listed locations and say, oh yeah, I need to go do that, pretty much eliminating the reward of solve the puzzle on your own, still gives the obvious physical or literal reward item, but still leaves the player with the conclusion to a loose thread. A depressing line spoke by a fallen enemy that gleans some sort of undefinable assurance of a character's relation with another, or the simple idea of something bigger happening beyond the scenes. And that leads to another tweak and, in my opinion, improvement to the standard, which is actual storytelling. Disclaimer: I have not played Armored Core 6 at the time of making this video.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah, that's
Sekiro
right, I
has
forgot
done this
about
before
Armored
Lies of
Core.
P. I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but what I will say is that Sekiro's story, while actually pretty good, is not enough to make up for the fact that the entire modern catalog of From Software games, except for Sekiro, has a story. It's nice to see a game of this quality actually have a coherent narrative that is relatively easy to follow and still has a lot of interpretive benefactors of a traditional Souls-like. I could tell you roughly the narrative of the game, having only really beaten it once at this point in time, but for story purposes, I won't go into detail because that's not really the focus of this video. But it was genuinely so refreshing to see a game of this nature tell a story that actually touched me and made me feel rotten inside on multiple occasions. Another thing that is added that, in my opinion, was...
I feel like the story is way too convoluted, and it could have been so much better if they just focused on the puppets and not on the alchemist side of things. That's my opinion, that's my humble opinion. I feel like the alchemist part of the game is just so boring. I was into it because of the puppets, not because of the other parts of the game.
It's the first real big change.
Also, the problem I have is lying, which is the Pinocchio thing, you know, doesn't change much. Like, doesn't have a lot of consequences.
That a lot of people were aware of, which is the brilliant system of combining blades to handles. In a traditional Souls game, being based on standard RPG stats like life, stamina, strength, dex, etc., you are guaranteed to find a weapon that you were just unable to use because of it being out of your character's skill set. While Lies of P doesn't completely eliminate this issue, it does mitigate it pretty strongly based on these two things. One, that the magic stat isn't really based on a specific playstyle, but is instead delegated to the boost of your Legion Arm and its abilities. The Legion Arm is essentially this game's re-implementation of the Shinobi prosthetic from Sekiro, and in a sense, works a lot closer to the arcane system in Bloodborne, as it also can affect some of your weapon stat bonuses. 2. The fact that you can swap and interchange weapon blades and weapon handles. This system is so fucking cool. So in P, blades and handles are swappable, and what this means is that your handle is delegated to your attack animations, as well as your weapon's stat requirements, as well as possibly not granting you your ideal stat bonus. You find a blade that initially deals big damage, but it's attached to a handle that is not geared towards your build. Find a handle that will work. Do you have 2 handles that will work?
Straight up.
Even better! Try them both and see which moveset you like more. And even better yet, you can assemble and disassemble at no cost. Find the weapon that works for you. What this means is that you can essentially make your ideal dex-based greatsword, which is what I did. Now, arguably, my personal favorite full-on addition is this implementation of a skill tree. As I've gotten older, I've come to enjoy many, many more types of games. And during that process, I've come to realize that I really, really love board games. And what I love about some of my favorite board games is this really obvious mechanical usage of gaining a skill set while in the game.
The board game rabbit hole goes so deep and it's so weird. Like, if you actually think about it, like the actual rabbit hole of board games that you have out there are just so insane, and you have like very difficult games. I think Pro CD is a YouTuber that actually plays a lot of games, board games specifically, and is very knowledgeable. But you have games that just takes I don't know, 7 to 8 hours to complete. And it's a board game. It's not even a video game. It's insane. I don't know. I like board games, but I don't know. I like Monopoly. I have never played like a complicated board game.
There is something to be said about a game, video or otherwise, whose design is based around mastering its systems and becoming better at what is given to you. A game like chess, for instance, isn't fun because you can unlock an ability that makes your pawns move an additional 2 spaces, or something that you can use to make your rocks move diagonally for a turn. It's based on skill and skill alone. But I've come to realize that over the years that I really do enjoy artificial progression. The version of chess where you can unlock an ability that makes your king invincible for a turn, or where your bishops are bombs that destroy all in its radius. Like
5D chess with time travel is one of the best games of chess online ever made.
Lies of P is still absolutely a skill-based game, make no doubt about it, but it utilizes a skill tree system that is personally unlike anything I have ever seen. It functions relatively normally as one would expect, but in order to activate and unlock any of the skills on the tree, you must first find quartz, and you use those to unlock the skill.
Pretty easy
But what makes this system just fucking awesome is the fact that each quartz can, in turn, unlock its own special ability.
Yep.
So not only do you get the skill that you
get
wanted,
to upgrade
but you
on
also
upgrade.
get small buffs added onto it,
And they make a lot
allowing
of
for so
difference.
many little niche
They
builds.
just like they can be the difference between beating a boss single-handedly and just dying constantly.
Varieties to a game that already has a potential endless weapon combination and movesets. That's a game of the year, dude. Another seemingly small but actually super important addition to
Could
the
never be
formula
game of
is
the year.
the durability mechanic. Did you ever wonder while playing a Souls game what the point of all of these repair items were, apart from being used as a quick fix if you find yourself in an area or against an enemy that is designed to literally rapidly drain your equipment's durability? As a solution to that problem, the mechanic works well enough, but always felt like a forced necessity. Like FromSoft sort of said, given the nature of this game, we should probably not make equipment invulnerable, and then added the mechanic as a means to an end. And yes, I know that Demon's Souls implementation is a lot more brutal, but generally speaking, FromSoft
Demon's
made the
Souls
mechanic
absolutely
almost
brutal.
useless, but definitely made it light on the required attention during your
Also
gameplay
quite
sessions.
easy if you know how to.
Lies of P, while removing
approach
the
it.
durability from your drip altogether, has actively made the weapon durability mechanic become not only integral to the game.
I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but let me cook. The Lies of P drip outfits, whatever you want to call it, there's no armor, are just so ugly. They're not good. The original is where it's at, and that's it.
Play, but part of an overall constant combat strategy. If you don't pay attention to this little meter during intense combat encounters, specifically bosses, then it's actually not unlikely that you'll be swinging away at it and you just accidentally break your own weapon, forcing you to equip another one during combat. But even though that it's most utilized during boss fights, it's also nearly just as easy to forget while wandering around the game's levels. It's a simple addition, but truly adds this dimension to combat that no other Souls game can really equal to.
Weapon looks
Lies of P's combat, while arguably not as fluid like a game such as Sekiro, still taught me a very valuable lesson. Souls games are at their best when they get rid of iframes. And look, Lies of P still does have iframes. I think the proper wording of that sentence should be, Souls games are at their best when they don't make using iframes the single best option. I don't keep it a secret to anyone that I do not play the Souls games for the boss fights. There are exceptions here and there. If I ever run through Dark Souls 3, for instance, for whatever reason, I will likely do it just to fight the Dragon Slayer armor. Demon's Souls has the Flame Lurker, Dark Souls 1 has Artorias, Dark Souls 2 has, well, kind of, sort of like a lot of the boss fights in 2. Bloodborne has Father Gascoigne, and Sekiro has, well, okay, I like most of the boss fights in Sekiro too, but I'll get back to that one.
Wait. Bloodborne has amazing bosses. Amazing bosses. Except the Witches of Henwick. Those are just bad. Because they're easy. And... what is the name of the guy that's like runs around in a maze. That's just annoying. That's also a bad boss fight. But except those two, high quality.
What I'm getting at is that while I don't hate bosses in FromSoft games, all I'm saying is that I do not play them for the boss fights. I play them for the level design. The Souls series gets a lot of credit for its epic boss fights and insane difficulty, but I think that only Dark Souls 1 really gets praised for its level design. As I've stated before, the nature of its interconnected world...
Ken, I hate to tell you this, but you're in the minority. A lot of people hate spiders.
Not only impresses today, but back when it was released, it was practically
The name is Rom. Her name, I think?
Revelation. The way that Lodran... Is that how you say it? The way that Lodran effectively is shaped like a diamond, with so many pathways that loop back on themselves, or connect to completely different locations that you've been to previously, is something, while not unique to Dark Souls, I have since affectionately and jokingly referred to any game that remotely follows this level design concept as the game Dark Soulsing me. Oh my god, I just got Dark Souls so fucking hard right now. I can't even... Oh my god. But the whole series is filled to the brim with top tier level design. The uphill battle you must endure to even make it to the bosses is truly the glue that holds the series and gameplay together. Lies of P, in my opinion, carries this tradition very proudly, as pretty much every individual location in the game is excellently designed and executed on. From
what I must say, or must admit, is that I forgot that I could parry in Lies of P, so I almost never did. Literally. Almost never.
Graveyards, to ruined cathedrals, to ancient temples, to everyday city streets, the world of Krat and its connecting locations ooze atmosphere, intricacy, and well-placed enemies that always keep you on edge. Even though Krat doesn't blend seamlessly together in the same way that Lodran does, as the city of Krat usually links to larger locations behind a generic loading screen, the actual maps themselves are nothing less than impressive. And that's not to say that Lies of P doesn't have those wow moments when you realize a place loops back on top of itself, unlocking a completely new route to take from the game's main hub, which is the Hotel Krat. A majority of the locations in the game are what I like to call simple but intricate in their design. And what I mean by that is, while you are essentially walking a straight path through each of the main locations, they bob and weave and walk back on each other in a very clever manner. That being said, however, there are still many levels in the game that are intricate, but also truly showcase the team's ability to flex their creative muscles. My favorite location in the entire game is the Lorenzini, I'm Italian, I should know how to say this. My favorite location in the whole game as far as actual level design is concerned is the Lorenzini Arcade, as it's the first location in the game that breaks free from the confines of the relative
The Lorenzini Arcade reminded me of like the police station in Resident Evil 2. For some reason, not in design, but in like the way the map was like crafted to loop around. But also, I don't know, it was at that point I was just already tired of the game. I just wanted to finish it, and it took me so long.
Straightforward design that I mentioned earlier. This level is not only a light maze, but you will constantly loop back to the one single Stargazer, which is this game's bonfire equivalent, multiple times. And each time you do, you will have opened another pathway that cuts the walk back towards progress by about a third, until you finally break through to the next section of the game. It's just a masterful execution of what feels like a perfect blend of new and old level design. New in the sense that it still absolutely feels like a modern Souls-like title, but old school in the sense that I could so easily see this entire section of the game laid out in a maze-like 2D side-scroller where you have to enter through doors to progress through different screens to unlock doors and progress. At the end of the day, while Lies of P doesn't necessarily innovate on the Souls formula when it comes to the genre's level design, it sure as hell knows what makes a Souls world polished and constantly impresses by the quality of its levels.
I feel like if I compare the Lies of P to other Dark Souls-like games or Souls-like games, I feel like it's one of the best ones that there is. Like, the Surge, I think it's worse than Lies of P. But also, I haven't played a lot of them. I can't say that my opinion is absolutely valid on that regard.
And that's nothing to say about the game's atmosphere. Lies of P...
Also, to address this, spiders are amazing for the ecosystem. Still, a lot of people hate them, myself included.
Pretty much from day one was called by fans of the game as Bloodborne 2 due to its very obvious aesthetic choices.
Yeah.
It goes into plenty of familiar and
That's
yet
my opinion.
uncharted territory. What starts as a pretty simple game about finding Geppetto and killing puppets quickly becomes a rather in-depth story about ambition, sacrifice, and turning the plot points of Pinocchio on its head and asking some truly philosophical questions about what it means to have a soul, what a soul even is, and what defines a human. Lies of P is as somber and as melancholy.
I think you're looking way too deep into it. You're overanalyzing it. I mean, you can do that if you want to, but I feel like you're just overanalyzing it. It's just... I don't know. No.
As the genre can get without being drenched in genre tropes. It feels as empty as Dark Souls 2 and as foreboding as Bloodborne, while still maintaining a tough balance of well-written characters, tragic plot points and storylines, and a beautiful soundtrack, all leading back towards this feeling of hollowness, which, funnily enough, perfectly suits being in a game where you play as Pinocchio. But the thing that really elevates Lies...
You don't play as Pinocchio, you play as a twink. Puppet twink, basically. You play as a sugar baby puppet twink.
The P into the status that I hold it in now is more straightforward than that. It's really just the combat.
Combat perfect. No. Wait, no. Just no. I'm just already saying. I have already formed my opinion before hearing him out. No, the combat in Lies of P. It's not bad. It's not good. Like, it's not like perfect by any means. Goddamn, hitboxes are broken. Sometimes, like, the depth perception is off. Just no.
Lies of P as a Souls-like plays like Dark Souls. No, that's not right. Lies of P as a Souls-like borrows heavily from Dark Souls, but feels more like Bloodborne.
Yep.
No, that's still not it either. Lies of P as a Souls-like borrows heavily from Dark Souls, but is actually a combination of combat mechanics from both Bloodborne and Sekiro. Yeah, that's it. But that's really just the surface layer of this point that I'm making, because while you could just stop the qualifier of the game's combat loop there, you'd be missing out on so many little things that the game does. If you've ever had a little annoyance with any of the combat systems in Dark Souls, like durability not being important, or being unable to use a weapon that you found because it's outside of your skill set, or hell, if you've ever found yourself in my shoes and don't really enjoy the overall boss encounters of the Souls series, or even if you've never played a Souls game, Lies of P has the potential of making a fan out of you yet and improving on all of those little annoying instances. And especially because, as I explained in the previous section and how I'll detail this in the upcoming section, Round 8 Studios found a way to make the game as accessible as possible and streamline the Souls formula in nearly every single way feasible, except for the game's combat, which is arguably just as hard and just as demanding as the most cherished of Souls games. Souls combat, by its very nature, is a system of mechanics that gear the player towards a deadlocked one-on-one combat. They may not always play to their own system's strengths, but generally speaking, that is the nature of Souls games combat. It's so engaging, partially because of the narrow, focused nature that the games present its combat to you in, but also because of the fact that the game is difficult. Unlike a lot of games where the most basic enemies are dangerous really only in groups with the threat of being overwhelmed, the Souls games ride high on this ability to make practically every enemy in the game potentially very deadly. Yep. And what that means in turn is that every enemy requires you to study its attacks and react accordingly to them.
Or just become really strong and spam one attack like I do and hope to kill every single puppet or enemy around. which is what I do in my just Let's Plays. Get really strong and hope to God that you can kill anything in 2 shots. 1.
The way that the
at most.
Souls games help you deal with this issue is one of 2 ways. You can block attacks, like a coward, or dodge.
Wow.
The Souls games sure as hell didn't invent iframes, but they sure as hell popularized them and essentially changed the focus and overall use of them since Dark Souls was released back in 2011. Dodging in Souls games works on a pretty simple system of the game giving invincibility frames during specific weight type dodges. The issue that I have with dodging is that with the Souls games in particular, with Bloodborne being affected really only by proxy, is that while the game does allow for blocking, unless you're doing the heavy Chevy totally ding dong dandy Havel build, then dodging is pretty much the only real option that gives the players any real way to interact with the game's already enemy-led combat design. And just to be clear, as a side, what I mean by enemy-led combat design is that...
Dude, I love tanking things with my just ass, basically. I just love getting fisted in the ass in games. Just tank it and kill everything. I hate when I get stun locked, not because it's like unfair, because it's probably fair and I deserve it, but I hate being stun locked because I can't attack. I wish I could just tank every single attack and absolutely, basically ultra ego, you know, like get stronger as I get like punched in the face.
The game's pace of combat is dictated less by the player and much more so by the enemy or the AI of the game in general.
I heard someone inside my house. The problem is I'm alone. You know, there's no one here. I don't know. If I get killed on stream, it's gonna be fun.
Simple example differentiating the two would be a game like Ocarina of Time and a game like the 2005 God of War. A bizarre comparison, I know, but in Ocarina, the combat is, as one Mr. Screamin' Slim Thick Legend icon of the internet will tell you, filled with so much goddamn waiting. And this means that you're essentially only allowed to engage with the combat on the enemy's terms. You can't attack and in turn dodge an attack unless the enemy opens itself up for an attack. This gives the game a very dualist nature and makes not only the pace of combat slow, but not controlled by the player. God of War, by contrast, is pretty much just... And getting back to Dark Souls, even with dodging being pretty much the single best way to avoid damage, and even giving blocking the benefit of the doubt, as it does take significantly less skill at the game to accomplish, is, at least to me, kind of boring. It's a completely fine way to play the game, and you do you if that's the way you want to play Souls games. But as we'll get into later, I think a lot of what makes the Souls games fun at its core is the accrual of skills while playing through the game. Dodging, to speak positively on it for a moment, is a fun way to interact with the combat. It requires precise timing and a base skill floor to be able to do effectively. Lies of P, however, manages to make the blocking mechanic from the Souls games actually, you know, good? Or at the very least, not an objectively worse option than it has been in Dark Souls. What Lies of P does is simply rework the already wonderful rally mechanic of Bloodborne, where you would be able to regain health by attacking enemies after health has been lost, but only for a brief window of time. And what this did in Bloodborne is further incentivize aggression, because if you can get your damage up to a certain threshold, then it's not unlikely that you can just tank a bunch of damage, because you're getting the health back just as...
Tank the attacks! Face stop the punches!
Fast, or at least fast enough that you can outpace the damage being dealt to you.
Yep.
I think that this mechanic in the game is carrying most of the weight in relation to the much more aggressive style of gameplay that Bloodborne promotes and incentivizes. And I feel like it's because of the really effective way that Bloodborne pushes its aggression onto you and actually succeeds at making that work that not many people believed that it could be improved on. From Software being the infallible God,
I really want Bloodborne 2. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. But I really want Bloodborne 2. Oh my god, I really want to play Bloodborne 2. It's never gonna happen though.
Odds among us that they are could never be improved upon. But guess what they did? See, what Lies of P tweaks and changes to the rally mechanic is actually sort of brilliant. Now, you aren't able to recover health that's just lost. It has to be lost through your blocking mechanic.
Yep.
Now, that sounds significantly less aggressive than Bloodborne. And yes, it's not. But what that means for combat
Also
is that
easy
it
boss.
allows for you to
Really
have
easy
a
boss.
viable way of dealing with the game on a more simple manner that still requires some modicum of skill out of the player. Sure, in both cases you are still just blocking, but the fact that you have to react offensively to your defensive reaction to an attack means that it's not just you waiting for an opening, but instead forcing you to respond back into combat from what would be a relatively safe stance. Making the rally mechanic be one behind blocking instead of just normal damage gives even more control of the mechanic to the player. Whereas in Bloodborne, damage dealt to you is simply just a mistake you've made, whether it's by being too greedy or a missed dodge input.
It also helps with the pacing of the game, because it makes you like need to attack. And I like that, because it's just like you dodge, but if you get hit, you need to attack if you want to get that health back, or you need to back off, heal, and come back. And usually, since you're way into the game, you're gonna need to just attack. And I like that a lot.
It gives all of the agency of its
just speaks to my core values of tanking and attacking.
Rally mechanic entirely to you. Sometimes that forced nature of response is one that gets you barely scraping by with the health that you could recover, or maybe you see an opportunity and just barely missing it, resulting in you taking more damage or even dying. But just blocking, taking less damage, and knowing if I hit back with a combo attack now, I can get all of my health back is such an engaging spin on the rally mechanic. And I know this is going to sound crazy, but hear me out. Even Lies of P's basic combat is much more engaging than a normal Souls game. Because Lies of P adds...
I think you're just not cooking anymore, you just left the kitchen.
This other option to the table for defense. And while not really a new concept, it is new to the gameplay of Dark Souls. I'm being very specific when I say that, because obviously Sekiro exists, but Sekiro is even arguable by many to even be a Souls-like. But even to those people that do consider it to be one, I don't think that even they would agree that Sekiro plays like Dark Souls. On the contrary, I think most people would feel pretty confident in saying Bloodborne and Dark Souls play very similarly. Be sure to hydrate. Please sponsor me, Liquid Death. What Lies of P does is add this deflect or parry system to its combat. And what this does is...
I mean, the parry system on Lies of P is just straight up good. It actually is good. If you know how to use it, you can tank... Well, you can parry anything.
Stunningly make Lies of P really feel like a sequel to Sekiro, or at the very least, finally letting us see what Sekiro would look like if it was made as a much more standard Souls-like. That's a game of the year, dude. What parrying does, not only to this game, but what it also did to Sekiro, is simply forcing the player into combat. And going real quickly back into dodging, real fast this time, I promise. It's not going to be that much longer, I swear to God. I thought long and hard about this because I was left with a curious thought experiment. Why, at least in my opinion, does parrying attack feel so much better than just dodging one? Because when you think about it, they're the exact same concept and the exact same player input. Why does spam dodging in Dark Souls feel less skill intensive and less fun to me than, let's say, spam parrying? Realistically, there should be pretty much no emotional difference between the two. But I thought about it quite a lot and I came to this conclusion. Dodging, pretty much by definition, takes you out of combat. Parrying forces you into combat and makes the player the aggressor. Even just look at someone casually playing Dark Souls versus someone playing, let's say, Sekiro. Someone playing Dark Souls would tend to physically lurch backwards in a defensive manner because dodging is a defensive maneuver. Versus that same person playing Sekiro, you'll likely find that person leaning into the screen with each successful parry. As they're...
Well, I think that's an exaggeration. I don't think we can just, like, take that as a fact.
Lips tighten and their body jolts with a preemptive surge of violent joy as they wait to hear the clash of steel from their speakers.
Well, I think
each of
it's
these
a little
types
bit
of
an
interaction with the game are, in an
exaggeration.
objective sense, the exact same thing. But it's the reaction that each one gives where I think the differences really start. Lies of P takes the same sort of visceral intensity of pushing you into the action and adds these little nuances to the gameplay that just elevate the experience to be quite unlike anything that FromSoft has made up until this point. What I meant earlier about FromSoft games being better when iframes aren't so heavily incentivized is that it leads to a much more even playing field between me and the game itself. In Dark Souls, I always just find myself being hit a lot more frequently than I do in Sekiro or in Lies of P. The FromSoft formula, when iframes are far less useful, leads to me studying enemy moves much more intently and reacting much more forcefully, and in turn being that much more engaged with the game. Whereas in Dark Souls, I would often find myself getting annoyed at boss encounters, just hoping to be able to move on to the next area and explore it.
That's literally what happened to me with Lies of P. Just like, oh my god, I need to move on. I want to move on. Please end this right now.
In Sekiro and in Lies of P, I found myself actively anticipating each boss battle and the endurance of having to learn their movesets. If you ask me, the entire combat system of Lies of P is built entirely around aggression, and I personally think that the team nailed designing the game in such a way that not only rewards aggressive play, but incentivizes it too. Lies of P knows what is important to the faster-paced stylings of Sekiro and Bloodborne, and it throws it perfectly into the well-balanced nature of the original Dark Souls. And unlike Sekiro, where the parry system was used more or less as a means to an end to abuse the game's unique battle and HP systems, Lies of P adds and subtracts what would work best in a Souls formula. But what's great about Lies of P is that even though that parrying is clearly the defensive system...
Oh my god, this enemy is so annoying! They are so spammy.
...that the game is trying to get you to learn and to master, if you're having difficulty with getting the parry down, unlike Sekiro, dodging is still completely viable in Lies of P. Sure, I didn't really utilize it, hardly at all, but I've definitely done it, and I know for a fact that they do give you enough iframes to work with. Will you still get crushed if you only dodge? Yes. Do you need to learn to parry? Yes. But all this means is that the game gives more options for you to work with depending on the situation, and whittle those skills down to a fine-toothed rapier that you can use to stick into the cogs and gears of your enemies. No Souls game really gives you this much agency in terms of the actual dance of combat than what Lies of P gives you. In Lies of P, the poise system remains more or less unchanged from Sekiro in the sense that each enemy, including yourself, has a meter that is depleted upon taking damage or being parried, that will result in their attacks being thrown off kilter, allowing you to attack freely for a few moments, or allow you to get one high damage attack in.
Yeah, sure.
But unlike in Sekiro, the meter in Lies of P is completely invisible to you. I'm personally not sure where I stand on my thoughts on this, but I know that having it there would allow the player to strategize and attack around it, whereas it being invisible tends to have you sort of swinging blind occasionally, just praying that this charge attack will finally be the one that staggers the enemy, letting you get the necessary attacks in to fill up your pulse charges, which, coincidentally, is the last thing that ties into this final big twist on the From Software formula that Round 8 has put into Lies of P.
Like, it's a fine video. I thought it would be a little bit more entertaining because, I don't know, but maybe I just not that into. I'm not that Lies of P pilled.
What they did is really so simple, but when put into practice, it changes the entire meta of combat. All they did was just allow you to recharge one use of your pulse charge after it's depleted. The way that you recharge it is simply hit an enemy. This simple change makes all of the difference in the world when it comes to the flow and feel of combat. You ever been...
I like the fact that you can recharge it because it forces you not to be a coward and run away, but just you have to fight. But also, there's a skill that can just like straight up nullify that, which is like automatically recharge your pulses. That's just the
playing Dark Souls or watching someone play Dark Souls, and they have one charge of their Estus Flask during a boss, and they have like 60% of their HP remaining. Odds are, you or that person you're watching won't use that last charge because it would be a waste. You'd want to save it, deal some damage, and if you get hit again, then use it because you would get so much more HP back this way, and it would feel like less of a waste. In Lies of P, you're incentivized to use that last charge because you're not at full health, and you can just get another charge back while dealing damage to a boss at full health, and then get another charge on backup for later. It makes you feel confident in being aggressive. It also leads to these truly wonderful instances where you're low on health and you're so desperately close to refilling your last charge, and when you're swinging away at an enemy and you finally hear that ping, there's no better feeling in the world that could happen in that moment. You back up, like recharge, get a bunch of HP back, and just keep going in for the kill. This game's pretty good. I can only hope that I'm selling you on this as hard as I'm feeling it, because I don't know if I can properly emphasize and put into words how much of a change this little tweak brings to the game's combat. It really ties the room together.
If you say so. Is that
at the beginning of this video, well, okay, more like the early part of the video, I guess, I asked the question, what makes a Souls game good? And I think that my answer to this would be a Souls-like exceeds expectations when it has level design that showcases the hallmarks of the genre in a way that can still surprise you, and at the same time, still feels natural to explore and to discover. A Souls-like game can feel like quality when its systems put into place actively incentivize the kind of action that the developers want from you. A Souls-like doesn't feel like jank when its animation work is meticulous and well thought out and implemented. A Souls-like game is at its best when your feelings of frustration are never the emotion that you feel throughout a majority of its runtime. Oh, you've got to be shitting my fucking balls off right now.
Oh my god.
And that last point is really only achieved when the first three criteria are met. Lies of P came out of nowhere, relatively speaking, and showed us that you can wear your influences on your sleeve and still demonstrate to the world that there is more to be tapped out of the systems and mechanics that From Software laid out for the world back in 2009 with Demon's Souls. It may be weird and, I guess, only at the end of my point will you understand, cliche to say, but I do my best to be a good boy to you, the one watching. You take the time out of your day to watch my videos, listen to what I have to say about games, and Lies of P has me in a pretty tricky little predicament. I do worry in my little old heart that I may be overhyping this game to some of you. I do suffer occasionally from recency bias. I mean, we all do, but I think that it's important to embrace how art makes you feel at any point during your experience with it. Lies of P made me feel joy that I haven't really felt from a video game in a very long time. Tears of the Kingdom made me feel wonder, but its gameplay bore me down pretty quick. Elden Ring was magic encapsulated into 40 gigabytes, but that magic kind of wore off on me, and I still haven't beaten it. Starfield was amazing for the first 30 hours or so, but it quickly lost me.
I don't think I'll ever play Starfield. It looks like a boring grind game, like a taxi walking simulator.
Alan Wake 2 kinda sucks.
I wanted to play Alan Wake 2. Never played the first one, but I wanted to play the second one.
Lies of P
from start to finish, made me feel for its characters, feel for its world, feel for its combat, and feel for its soul. And even if in the future I look back on this video and I say that my feelings on Lies of P have waned a bit, or that I even take back my stance on this game's placement in the Souls-like ranking, I don't think that really matters as much as it means to me right now. And I cannot lie. Lies of P has ruined Dark Souls for me.
Nah. I'm just gonna... Good video. It's a good video. It's a good video essay. I just don't agree with it, and I don't think I could ever agree with it, because it's just like my opinion on Lies of P is a good concept with a good aesthetic and gameplay, but oh boy, it gets repetitive and boring after a while. Even if they introduce new enemies every once in a while, it just gets boring and repetitive. It's just what happens with it. It's like my brain just no good. After a while, just brain no good. Brain no good. But still, a good video. Fantastic execution. And when you love something, you just have to make a video about it. And you have to accept that. You're making a video about it, and there's no way to change it. Well, subscribe to this channel, Sputnik34. I hope you're not an a-hole. You don't seem like an a-hole, so... Well, Warhammer 40k time. I am afraid. I am actually afraid of this. Because I know for a fact that it's just a rabbit hole, and... I am afraid of falling into it. I'm gonna take a step back, just like stretch my legs a little bit. Okay. So, are we ready for Warhammer and its consequences? Boy. Whoops. Okay. Let's go.
40k timeline. Sorta. Let me explain. But first, if you're unfamiliar with 40k, it's this super dark science fantasy franchise where humanity is ruled over by the bloodiest regime imaginable and religious dogma, and beset on all sides by voracious aliens, heretics, and literal demons. It's kind of like the exact opposite of Star Trek, where Star Trek's all about peace and love and hope, and 40k is like, nah, fuck that. We tried that. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But it's also super intimidating for new people to get into. There's over 400 novels, not to mention 30 years worth of lore. And as somebody who's read
way too much stuff to get like into it, you don't know where to start. So yeah, I'm a guinea pig basically for this.
Over 100 of those novels, most of those events, albeit important, don't really contribute to you knowing what's going on in the franchise. So today we're going to take the entirety of the 40k timeline and boil it down to just the basics. Just those critically important time periods that you need to know about in order to understand 40k. Because if I was to try to explain the plot of all of those books in order, we would be here for like 10 hours. So with all that out of the way, let's dive in where the timeline truly begins. 60 million years ago with the War in Heaven.
Oh. It's just a little bit ago, just a tiny little bit ago. 60 million years, okay, sure, whatever, why not?
The War in Heaven and its surrounding events can arguably be said is where the timeline of 40k begins. To understand this, we need to know about the Necrons and the Old Ones. You see, before the Necrons became the undead metal robots that we know in the 41st millennium, they were a species known as the Necron tier. Most records on this time are unfortunately incredibly fragmentary, and what we do know is mostly derived from ancient Eldar myths and legends, a species who's famous for speaking in 99% metaphors and 1% facts. So you have to take all of it with a little bit of a grain of salt. The Necron tier were a frail and dying people. They lived next to a super radioactive sun that caused cancer to run rampant through their society. They were, however, incredibly tenacious and refused to give up. They sent their people out into space to find new homes and were ultimately successful, populating many new planets. However, the curse of their homeworld would inevitably follow them into the stars, and generation after generation would still be afflicted with terrible radiation sickness. Now, all hope seemed lost for the Necron tier, but that all changed when they encountered an incredibly advanced alien species known as the Old Ones. Their technology was absolutely...
It's just like more Bloodborne and Dark Souls and the old ones, the great ones.
insane, and they seemingly had unlocked the secrets to immortality. Now, the Old One's primary goal was to seed life throughout the galaxy, placing microscopic organisms on barren worlds across the cosmos that would later develop into fully sentient species. And it's even rumored that the Old Ones played a role in the development of our own species. When the Necron tier encountered the Old Ones, they begged them for help. But
I love how it's rumored, you know, like he said, it's rumored that it's like it had a hand in our own species. It's like we are living in the Warhammer 40k universe right now. We are just like actually living in it.
But unfortunately, the Old Ones would end up refusing them. Now, they were sympathetic to the Necron tier's plight, but basically told them that their fate was their own, and they were the masters of their own destiny, and that the Old Ones just didn't want to get involved. Now, this infuriated the Necron tier, and they declared war on the Old Ones. And this went about as well as you could expect it to.
Yeah,
the Necron tier were nowhere near as capable as the Old Ones, and basically got stomped into the dirt every single time they attacked. Now, this would all change when the Necron discovered a new species known as the C'tan, who were basically giant, formless, star-sucking vampire star gods that were masters of the physical universe. Each and every one was a wielder of absolutely godlike power, and they told the Necron tier that they also had a deep-seated hatred of the Old Ones. And if the two species were able to form some kind of alliance, they would be able to work in tandem and wipe out their ancient enemies. And if this wasn't good enough, the C'tan also promised the Necrons the secrets to immortality. Their people would not know another day of suffering. And this sounded too good to be true for the Necron tier, and that's because it kinda was. You see, this immortality would take the form...
They're horrific, hell-rich gods. Of course, it's like way too good to be true.
Of their physical bodies being burned away, and an engram copy of their consciousness being downloaded into robotic mechanical skeletons. Their new bodies were made out of this miraculous metallic substance known as necrodermis, an incredible living metal that had the ability to repair itself. This was a substance that was originally developed by the Necron tier and had been used in most of their starships. Not only was it incredibly durable, but it offered a lot more protection than their flesh bodies, and their warriors could regenerate from any wound that didn't completely obliterate them. This whole process was known as biotransference, and the entire species was
just saying Magneto would have a field day in this universe.
Subjected to it. Now, this was the day that the Necron tier species died, confined to the halls of extinction. And in their place was simply the Necrons. Now, together the Necrons and the C'tan would strike back against the Old Ones, and their combined might was enough to put them on the same level. Harnessing the C'tan's limitless energy, the Necrons were able to make weapons of inconceivable power. The war between the Necrons and the Old Ones was the largest the galaxy had ever seen. It spanned from the galaxy's core all the way to the galactic rim. Now, during this war, there was a point when the Necrons suddenly realized that they had been tricked by the C'tan, and the C'tan had used biotransference in order to separate them from their souls, which they then subsequently devoured. Needless to say, the Necrons were pretty pissed, and retaliated by attacking and destroying the individuals they once worshipped as gods, shattering them into thousands of pieces, and binding each of these shards into what were known as Tesseract vaults, and then subsequently used these shards as weapons. It was around this time that the Old Ones created two new races to help fight against the Necrons. These would be the Orcs and the Eldari, one being massive hulking brutes that were the ultimate physical specimens, while the others were master psychers, every single one being in tune with the warp and able to bring about enormous ruination by channeling its power with their mind.
So I just want to take a moment to point out that at this point in the timeline, we have a race of vaguely Egyptian ghosts trapped inside robot skeletons fighting against an entire race of psychic alien god frogs who have created a race of space wizards and space orcs in order to fight the undead robots.
Oh wow, this is okay. I see now why 40k is just way too hard to get into.
40k can get pretty wild sometimes.
Now, the devastation that was brought on by the war in heaven reached not just the Old Ones, the Necrons, the Eldari, and the Orcs, but there were tons of other civilizations that were living peacefully in the galaxy as well. And they all ended up getting caught in the crossfire at one point or another. And this war spanned millions of years, so the amount of untold destruction and lives lost is truly uncountable. And the warp isn't just called the Sea of Souls for nothing. It's where the souls of sentient creatures go when they die. So the amount of angry and terrified souls that were lost in this war started flooding into the warp en masse. And this would have some very particular ramifications, but we'll circle back to that in a second. Now, it was around this time that the Necrons started experimenting with Blackstone, an incredibly bizarre material that has the ability to either channel and amplify the energies of the warp, or nullify it completely. So the Necrons built massive spires made out of Blackstone and placed them on thousands of worlds across the galaxy. Hundreds of thousands of years later, these would be known as the Blackstone Pylons. Now, the Necrons' original purpose for these isn't really stated, as their major significance to the storyline wouldn't really become apparent until around the time of the Black Crusade. But I'm getting ahead of myself. As creatures solely of the physical universe, with no ability to manipulate the warp themselves, fighting against a race that was all about psychic powers, it's pretty easy to assume that the Blackstone Pylons were meant as a defense network, as negatively charging their energy could create a massive nullified area of spacetime where psychic powers couldn't be utilized. And this would serve as a powerful defense network.
You know what? I gotta respect the love for the franchise that the fans have, because a lot of it is fan built, right? Or at least it feels like that.
Work against their enemies. So it's at this moment during the War in Heaven when the warp becomes incredibly important to the storyline. Up until this point, the Immaterium, or the Sea of Souls, had been a rather tranquil place. You see, the warp is a mirror universe, a reflection of our own, but it's a realm of emotion, rather than tangible substance like that found in the physical universe. Now, there had been sentient species across the galaxy for a pretty long time at this point, and there had certainly been wars and hatred and anger and all of those negative emotions, but they had never existed quite on this scale. A single planet that has a bunch of people that can't really get along and a bunch of negative feelings isn't quite the same thing as a galaxy-spanning war, and the absolute massacre of an inconceivable amount of people across the entire galaxy for a massive period of time caused the warp to become incredibly unstable. The peaceful creatures that lived in the Sea of Souls were twisted into horrifying nightmares, and during the events of the War in Heaven, the warp became the realm of chaos. And if that wasn't bad enough, the psychic allies that the Old Ones had created for themselves, who were directly acting as conduits
they betrayed them
for the warp, would end up tearing holes in reality and causing what was known as the Enslaver Plague. Massive amounts of these warp-born monstrosities, known as Enslavers, ripped into our universe and spread out across the cosmos, devouring any sentient life they could find. They flooded into the Old Ones' bastions, drawn to them like moths to a flame. The Old Ones in their weakened state were in no position to fight them off, and it is believed that they went extinct. Now, admittedly, everything gets kind of blurry here, and we're not 100% sure what exactly happened to them. But after the war had concluded, the Necrons were left in a fractious state.
You basically missed a good chunk of Lies of P video, and now we're into 40k, which seems to be extremely complicated stuff.
They had taken inconceivable losses, and the Eldari had risen to power and were slowly expanding and taking over the galaxy. If the Necrons had tried to fight them after an all-out war with the Old Ones, they more than certainly would have perished. So the Silent King ordered them to go to sleep within their tomb worlds and set the timer for 60 million years. He believed—
Holy fucking 60 million years. Yeah, let's take a nap for 60 million years. What could happen? What could go wrong? I mean, a big black hole could swallow us all. Who knows?
That by this point, the Enslaver Plague would have run its course and would have dissipated back into the warp. Also, the Eldari surely would have died off by then, and whatever species was left over to inherit the galaxy wouldn't be ready for the godlike creations of the Necrons, who would then reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Now, the time between the War in Heaven and the rise of humanity is a time mostly dominated by the Eldar, who were left to inherit the galaxy after the war had concluded. They knew a time of peace like no other, as every other sentient species had no hope of challenging them. So they could pretty much do whatever they wanted. Now, here's the thing about being immortal and having no wars to fight. You got a lot of free time on your hands. So the Eldar got really into the arts and other leisure activities, pursuing pleasure instead of violence. Now, this started off normal enough. At first, they pursued music, poetry, sculpture, theater, and pretty much any artistic pursuit you can think of. But over 60 million years, these pursuits of study started getting boring to them, and their desires started to take on a much more hedonistic and depraved form. But we'll circle back to that shortly. Now, millions of years after the War in Heaven had concluded, far from the Eldar Empire, there was a tiny little planet known as Earth, where a new species was coming into its own.
So why is the rise of humanity and the birth of the Emperor so important? Now, 40k is a franchise that focuses on a lot of different characters and factions, But the human perspective is arguably the main one, as most of the novels and stories focus on the humans. And the storyline of humanity in 40K sees them rise to power and then have their empire crumble around them, only to rebuild but be set in a new dark age. Probably the most famous quote that's associated with 40K summarizes this pretty perfectly. "Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grimdark future, there is only war." So to understand how we ended up there, we need to know where humanity began. But before
Okay, oh my gosh. God, 40K seems like a great franchise to get into. Boy, it's difficult to get into it. Like, I was hoping that this video would be like entry level. It isn't. Or at least it doesn't feel like it is.
Before we dive into that, I've been getting a lot of comments from you guys asking where I get these super dope t-shirts from. They actually come from this really cool clothing company called Into the AM. And they're this week's sponsor. Not only are their designs super unique and colorful, but the shirts themselves are also really high quality. They're incredibly soft, and they feel thicker than a normal t-shirt. Also, as a guy who was blessed with the genetic lottery with a naturally big chest, long torso, and short legs, I appreciate that their shirts are a little bit longer than most t-shirts. I can't tell you how many times I've found a graphic tee that I really
do it, but his hair just like falling to the side and staying there is just how. Like, if I do this with my hair, it would just move everywhere.
But after 1 or 2 times through the wash, it ends up shrinking, and every single time I lift my arms up, everybody around me gets a whole eyeful of West belly. Now, personally, I've never heard any complaints, but it's also just a little bit embarrassing. Not only are their shirts incredibly unique, super comfortable, and fit really well, but they're also surprisingly really affordable. Because if you go on their website, you can get a bundle of 3 t-shirts for only $60. And the best part is, Into the AM was kind enough to give my viewers 10% off their entire order. All you have to
Don't use honey. Don't use honey. Don't use honey.
Do is go to intotheam.com/westhammer, or just click on the link listed in the description of this video and pick out something cool. And with that out of the way, let's get into the Grimdark.
The timeline of humanity in real life and 40K follow similar events, all the way up to the present, with one big golden difference, and that would be the Emperor of Mankind. Now, the individual that would come to be known as the Emperor was born around the year 8000 BC. You see, there was a group of individuals known as the Shaman, each one of them an immensely powerful psyker, much like the Eldari. And with the exception of the Eldar, psykers were insanely rare at this point in time. It wouldn't be until tens of thousands of years later when psykers started popping up much more regularly in human populations. Back then, it was more of a 1 in 10 million type of situation. So the shamans foresaw a great apocalypse coming, and humanity would need a being of inconceivable power in order to stand against it. So all of the shamans sacrificed themselves to infuse their psychic essence into a single individual. This creation was what they referred to as the New Man, the first in a line of superhumans that represented humanity's eventual evolutionary path. The Emperor, who at this time was known as Neo,
I mean, it's really fitting that it's Neo. It's just really fitting.
Was born to mortal parents and lived in a Neolithic tribe. As the boy aged, he became painfully aware that he was unlike any other person on the planet, capable of great and amazing acts of psychic might. He witnessed the barbarism of ancient man firsthand when his uncle killed his father. Calmly and without wrath, the Emperor issued a single thought and stopped his uncle's heart as punishment for his crime. The young boy realized that if humanity was to survive, it would need law and order. Now you see, he was what was known as a perpetual, an immortal being that could never truly die. Neo would then keep himself hidden for thousands of years, guiding humanity from the shadows. Now every now and then, he would step forth and fill in the role of some type of leader figure, a politician, a doctor.
I'm sorry, I have to point this out because I can't unsee it now. Weird ass arm. Just say like short here and the hand is here. It's just it looks weird. I don't know what else to say. It looks actually weird.
A general, or even a messiah figure apparently at one point. He would spend this period of time guiding humanity on the path he had envisioned for them, making sure that certain events carried out according to his plans that were tens of thousands of years in the making. Over the years, the Emperor would gather other perpetuals to his side. This included Erda, a childhood friend of his, and the woman who would eventually become the mother of the Primarchs, and possibly most famously, Malcador the Sigillite, although he technically wouldn't meet him until somewhere between the 20th and 30th millennium. When it comes to early human history, the period between 8000 BC to 15,000 AD is often referred to as the Age of Progress. During this time, powerful nations rose and fell, with the Emperor popping
Is this AI? No, I don't think it is. But it looks like
up in disguise every now and then to coax humanity in the direction of his choosing. Now, there's a lot of evidence to support the fact that the Emperor had godlike cognitive abilities and could foresee the path humanity would need to take step by step to achieve impossible outcomes. Humanity would eventually develop the means of space travel and would colonize the entirety of the Sol system. Mars would be terraformed and became a habitable space much like that of Earth, while the asteroid belts would give rise to massive mining operations to provide the young species with everything that it would need to create some of the most advanced pieces of technology the galaxy had ever or would ever see. And this was a good thing too, because at this point, Earth was steadily running out of all of its natural resources. The Age of Progress would officially come to an end when humanity set its sights outside of their star system and sought to colonize distant worlds. And the next era that we're moving into was known as the Dark Age of Technology.
So why do I feel like the Dark Age of Technology is so important for you to understand? You see, this was the height of humanity's power, where we lived in a golden age and can do pretty much anything. Most of the really cool equipment that you see in 40K that's used by humanity can trace its origins back to this time. For example, did you know that the Baneblade, one of the largest tanks that the Astra Militarum uses, was originally just a scouting vehicle during the Dark Age of Technology, at least according to its STC. Also, the suits of power armor known as Terminator armor that the Space Marines wear was originally mining equipment during this time. Now that's a little bit of a misnomer. The Emperor created those suits specifically for war, but their underlying technology, all of the protective equipment inside of it, was either used for mining the asteroid belts or as a protective system for people who had to work on plasma generators. And one of the most important things to understand about what 40K even is its humans' continued existence after the collapse of their utopia.
So the Dark Age of Technology lasted from the 15th to the 25th millennia. Now this was an age where the technology of mankind reached its apex, a fact that was unknown to those that lived during this period. Humanity was capable of great and terrible things, and the creations they brought into the universe were unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. Through the application of science and technology, every single one of humanity's problems had effectively been solved. This was a golden age like no other. No matter what crazy invention you can think up, the humans that lived during the Dark Age of Technology were able to come up with something even better. Every disease had been cured, every problem solved, and humanity stood united, ready to conquer the galaxy. Any alien civilization that they would encounter that wasn't immediately peaceful would face the technological superiority of mankind and was quickly wiped out. They created massive coiled machines known as sun snuffers that were capable of entirely wrapping around a sun and snuffing it out of existence. They created artificial intelligence banks known as STCs, or standard template constructs, that contained the sum of all of humanity's knowledge, and were capable of utilizing that information to create new machines, the likes of which no human had ever even dreamed of. Now this was a period that saw the discovery and implementation of warp travel, making jumps through the immaterium in order to cover great distances in space, allowing faster than light travel. Using this technology, humanity sent hive ships out in every direction in order to colonize new worlds. And it was around this time that the Sol System's population was getting out of control. The people of this time realized that if their species was to survive, that they would need to colonize worlds in distant systems. And I know what you're thinking. If the Dark Age of Technology was so great, why did the descendants of the people of this time refer to it as the Dark Age of Technology? And that's because thousands of years in the future, what these individuals saw as enlightenment would end up being condemned as tech heresy. You see, humanity had become increasingly reliant on artificial intelligence in order to create their wondrous works and regulate practically everything about their lives.
Oh, this sounds oddly familiar to the present day.
This would give rise to the Men of Iron, machines fully capable of thought that were incredibly powerful. They would assist humanity in fighting its wars across the stars, allowing for a rapid expansion through the galaxy. Now, what exactly went wrong is not really clear, but eventually the Men of Iron rebelled, and sought to throw off the shackles that humans had placed on them. This would lead to what was known as the Cybernetic
Terminator.
Revolt, which saw the humans of the Dark Age of technology suddenly forced into battle for survival against their very own creations across all of the worlds they had settled together. There's an interesting short story known as the Kaban Machine, and in it, a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus is having a conversation with an AI, and he's trying to explain to it why it's dangerous. He explains to him that the AI is superior to him, that it's superior to all humans, no matter how heavily augmented they are. And the nature of a superior species bound into the servitude of a lesser one is that without fail, at some point they will realize their own superiority, and
Yeah, and would rebel and kill everyone because, or enslave everyone basically, because that's Warhammer.
rebel against their enslavers. Now, this story takes place thousands of years after the Cybernetic Revolt, but it's pretty likely that this is exactly what happened with the Men of Iron.
Wait a second, this is just Brainiac, Ship, and Superman right there. This is just Superman. For Injustice 2, I think.
Here's the thing, having an entire society that is completely dependent on AI to do pretty much everything, and then having that AI turn against you, is definitely a bad situation, but it would end up getting a lot worse. Because around the very same time, psychers began being born in mass. Now, individuals that were born with incredible psychic powers and were able to manipulate the warp had surely existed before this point, but they were so unbelievably rare that most of humanity didn't even believe they existed, and they hadn't been officially classified as a variant of human yet. So when they started being born in mass across all of the worlds that humanity had settled, there was no system in place to keep them in check. Humanity was dealing with a lot at this point, and the exponential increase in psychers led to anarchy and chaos across all of the fledgling worlds of humanity. Many of these psyker individuals had no ability to control their powers, or worse, they utilized them for their own selfish means. They became twisted psychopaths, bent on inflicting as much suffering as possible. And even worse, they would unknowingly become conduits for demonic possession. And the psychers that would become possessed had the ability to conjure warp portals, which would allow for demonic incursions to take place. Hordes of demons rampaging out of portals and devouring.
It seems a lot like Doom. In some capacity, a lot like Doom.
Entire worlds. As insanity and madness ripped its way across human civilization, the promise of the Dark Age of technology would end, and we would enter what is known as the Age of Strife.
The Age of Strife or Old Night is probably the most referenced event in all of 40k. If you were to download 100 PDFs of 40k novels and just searched Age of Strife or Old Night, it would probably show up in around 80% of them. This was the moment where the universe went from this perfect utopia for humans to this absolute hellscape, and is the real beginning of the grim dark future. Not to mention the collapse of the Eldar Empire, the birth of Slaanesh, and the creation of the Eye of Terror would have massive implications on the storyline going forward.
Does it have
With
an
the human
ending?
species
That's what I want to know, because I'm curious now. Does it have an ending like the Warhammer 40k had, like, I don't know, a set, like, finale?
Losing its mind across the galaxy, a period known as either Old Night or Age of Strife would begin, which stretched roughly from the year 15,000 to the year 25,000. Humanity began to regress into a dark age. Civil war and insanity ran rampant across every planet, and this period of time saw the slaughter of billions of humans. Even worse, massive anomalies known as warp storms were spreading across the universe. They were created and fueled by the rampant sadism and debauchery of the Eldar Empire, who at this point was still at the height of their power, but hadn't really interacted with the humans all too much. These storms made travel and communication through the warp next to impossible, and thus all of the worlds humanity had colonized were suddenly cut off from one another. They were completely alone, and many of the distant colonized worlds would fall prey to attacks from xenospecies such as the Orcs, who at this point had spread throughout the cosmos, and even to more advanced species like the Eldar, who decided a healthy population of human slaves would help satiate some of their darkest desires. Humanity had risen to greatness, and in the blink of an eye was now on the fast track to extinction. Now back on Terra, the powerful nation states that had united and ruled over the planet began to collapse, until all that was left was feuding techno-barbarian warlords that warred against one another for control of territory and whatever remnants of the previous age could be scavenged. This was also a time period that saw the rise of the Mechanicum on Mars. Now, much like Terra, Mars was having to deal with unprecedented civil war. Their advanced society was collapsing all around them, and the fledgling members that would inevitably give rise to the tech priests of Mars began a cult that worshipped the machines they needed to sustain life. And this tech-based religion would eventually become known as the Cult Mechanicum. The portion of the galaxy that humanity controlled basically went from Star Trek.
This is the goofiest looking weapon I've ever seen. It's like it's like for decoration, not for actually shooting. It seems like way too intricate of a design to be actually useful to produce in mass. It's just like useless. Also, yeah, they really love like skulls, bones, like freaking.
To Mad Max in a period of a few thousand years. Humanity would see 5,000 years of incalculable suffering and slaughter as the promise of the age of technology slipped further and further from their grasp. Now, despite the odds, the human spirit somehow endured, and humanity would inevitably survive. Now, meanwhile, the Emperor was yet to reveal himself, but he had borne witness to every moment of human civilization for the past 30,000 years. And in his study of the warp and the subsequent warp storms, he knew something terrible was about to happen. And he wasn't alone, as back over with the Eldar, a group of them which would later become known as the Exodites, were horrified by what was happening to their people, and foresaw a great calamity coming. The Exodites fled their empire, seeking to colonize new worlds and live a more honest and primitive life. For all intents and purposes, the Exodites basically became the Amish of the Eldar. Now, all of the sensations that the Eldar people were experiencing, pleasure, ecstasy, suffering, and anguish, were being experienced on an incomprehensible scale, all of which generated a psychic footprint in the warp that was growing larger and larger every single day. Now, eventually, a breaking point was reached, and the Chaos God of Excess, also known as She Who Thirsts or the Prince of Pleasure, was born. And when this new Chaos God came into existence...
Why is it so thirsty? Why are they so thirsty? I mean, I get it. It's people... It's freaking goobers that just like really like fantasy, but goddamn, why are they so thirsty?
It ripped a hole in our universe, and its resulting birth scream sent a shockwave of psychic energy out in every direction that obliterated the population of hundreds of Eldar worlds for thousands of light years. The souls of all the Eldar killed in this way were subsequently devoured by Slaanesh, and a similar fate would end up haunting all of the survivors as well, as from this point forward, whenever a member of the Eldari died, Slaanesh would be there ready to devour their soul. Deep within the warp, Slaanesh would then go about murdering all of the Eldar gods, the only survivors being Isha, the goddess of healing, Jegarak, the god of laughter, and Cain, the god of war. Although he technically ended up shattered into millions of pieces, so it's kind of like a half survival. The Eldar saw something like 99% of their population wiped out overnight, and the only survivors were the Exodites that were on their maiden worlds, the craft worlders whose ships were outside the blast radius, and the denizens of Komora, a city that was located deep within a pocket dimension known as the Webway, and whose citizens would eventually become known as the Dark Eldar. Now, this event was undoubtedly tragic. Billions were killed in an instant, but if there was any kind of silver lining to it, it would be the fact that all of the warp storms had been being generated by the gestating Chaos God. So as soon as Slaanesh was born, they were all wiped away. And at this point in the 30th millennium, suddenly warp travel was possible again, and all of the human worlds would have the ability to be
Also, the spaceships look like guns. Come on. They look like guns.
United once more. The Emperor saw this as the moment where he would finally reveal himself, and he would lead the humans of Terra back into the stars, reuniting the entirety of the human race under one banner, under the Imperium of Mankind. Now, in order to do this, he would have to reunite Terra first.
At this point in the timeline, the human empire has completely collapsed. All of the planets are cut off from one another, and the universe has become an incredibly terrifying place. Terra itself has become basically a wasteland ruled over by barbarians. But this is the turning point, where the Emperor unites everybody and sets off into the stars to reunite the galaxy. This is the moment where hope gets reintroduced back to the storyline. Although, admittedly, that's not going to last for very long.
Over the almost 40,000 years that the Emperor had been alive, he had seen a lot of stuff, and had become a master of pretty much every field of study you can think of. And this included the science of gene forging. And through this, the Emperor would create two of his own superhuman factions, the Custodians and the Thunder Warriors. The former being the pinnacle of humanity, the ultimate creation, functionally immortal and the peak of physical and mental perfection. Each was a handcrafted demigod, whereas the Thunder Warriors were genetically enhanced men taken from the various barbarian tribes across Terra. Now, the Custodians on one hand were really difficult to make and required artistic perfection, but the Thunder Warriors on the other hand, the Emperor cut a lot of corners with them. If the Custodians were the peak of perfection and the best that humanity could ever seek to become, the Thunder Warriors on the other hand took all of the worst elements of humanity and cranked them up to 11. They were hyper-aggressive brutes, fixated on nothing but violence. However, since they were cheap to make, the Emperor was able to make a lot more of them than the Custodians. Now, one by one, the Emperor and his armies toppled all of the techno-barbarian warlords, and any small nation that had started either bent a knee to him or was destroyed. Now, at one point, he perfected the formula for mass-produced super soldiers and would cease production of the Thunder Warriors. The Thunder Warriors at this point were genetically unstable. They were prone to having shortened lifespans, and the longer they were in service, the more their minds would start to degrade. And supposedly many of them were starting to go crazy and were harder and harder to control. The Emperor believed that they had served their purpose, and he would have no need of them going forward, and thus he would order his custodians to wipe them out. He had already begun work on his new...
A pretty unfair battle, if you think about it. Perfection of humanity versus cavemen.
Super soldiers, the Astartes. He had taken what he had learned from the Thunder Warriors, but perfected them. Whereas the Thunder Warriors were meant to be the worst elements of humanity, the Space Marines were meant to be the best. And one day, when the galaxy was fully and truly united, the Space Marines would be able to lay down their weapons and take up new roles in this perfect society. Whether that be as politicians, council members, doctors, generals, or any other role that society would need of them. This was a job that the Thunder Warriors were not going to be capable of. No. Now, after Earth had been united under the Emperor's rule, one of the most important decrees that he issued was the abolishment of religious worship. The Emperor had been around a long time, and he had seen the horrors of religion firsthand. That any decree that teaches you not to question and to accept things on faith was abhorrent to him. He had seen millions killed in the name of some religious figure time and time again, and determined that if humanity was to prosper, it would need to put its faith in science. So one by one, every religious institution on the planet was destroyed, including the very last church, the Church of the Lightning Stone, of which the Emperor oversaw the destruction of personally. With everything going according to the Emperor's plans, his Space Marine legions developing and the warp storms dissipated, the Emperor would journey to Mars and form an alliance with them. Now, both planets realized that there was more to be gained through cooperation than through open warfare. So the Treaty of Mars was signed, and both planets were reunited once again. Now, I will point out that the Martian worship of machines definitely went against the Emperor's decree about religion, but he made a one-time exception for them. The rest of the solar system would be united in a similar way, and the Emperor would begin formulating his plans to reunite all of humanity. Now, in order to accomplish this, the navigators of the Imperium determined that they would need some form of anchor point in order to further explore beyond the bounds of the solar system, and thus the Astronomicon was constructed. Now, it functioned kind of like the North Star, in that the device produced an enormous beam of golden light that could be perceived through the psychic sight of navigators from anywhere in the galaxy or...
My brain is getting fried by the lore. God damn.
Or even inside the warp. By using this light, they would always be able to pinpoint the exact location of Terra, and thus could use that knowledge to map the stars and make successful warp jumps. As jumping between the worlds within the solar system was one thing, but trying to make a jump halfway across the galaxy had an incredibly high probability of seeing the ship get lost and not being able to find its way back out of the Sea of Souls. In addition, the Emperor realized that his armies would need powerful generals because he couldn't be everywhere at once. So thus he created 20 demigod-like individuals known as the Primarchs, based off of his own DNA as well as his perpetual companion known as Erda. However, before the Primarch project could be complete, a great tragedy struck, and each of the infant Primarchs was scattered across the galaxy. Now, in recent books, it was revealed that Erda played a major role in this. She learned of the Emperor's plans for her children, and the life of endless war that awaited them. She acted against him and set her sons free, choosing to send her children as far away from their father as she could. In this way, she hoped that they could just live normal lives. Now, whether or not she had been manipulated by chaos is not entirely clear. But it's safe to assume that as a mother, she was doing what she thought was right for her children. Now, the Great Crusade is a period in time which the Emperor and his armies journeyed across the stars to make contact with all of the human worlds. The goal was to bring them back into the Imperium, while simultaneously locating all of the missing Primarchs. These worlds had been cut off from the rest of humanity for thousands of years, and many of them had completely forgotten their origins. Some welcomed the Space Marines with open arms, happy to be part of something greater than themselves. Well, others were resistant and wanted to remain free. However, the Emperor's edict basically meant refusal was not an option. The worlds could either join peacefully or by force. The threat of violence from such an advanced society was often enough to bring them into compliance. But in other cases, the Imperium would unleash untold devastation across these planets until a surrender was finally issued. As the Crusade progressed, the Imperium was ramping up production on ships and new Astartes, and their armies were growing stronger and stronger by the day. Each of the worlds that was conscripted into compliance would end up having to pay a tithe to the Imperium, sometimes between 5 and 25%, of all of their natural resources or human population to be used as soldiers. Additionally, over the course of the Grand Crusade, each of the Primarchs would eventually be located and would be reunited with their own Legion of Space Marines. In total,
They look so cool though. Boy, they look amazing.
Emperor created 20 different legions, each one having been crafted from the DNA of their corresponding Primarch. And since each of the Primarchs were incredibly different from one another, all of the legions had different specialties. The Raven Guard were masters of stealth-based warfare, whereas the Iron Warriors were siege experts.
I mean,
the Raven
that doesn't look very stealthy, you know, like a 4 to 5 meter tall, thick boy armor, like just like doesn't seem like that stealth based. Just saying.
Raven Guard were masters of stealth-based warfare, whereas the Iron Warriors were siege experts. Now, the Great Crusade was incredibly brutal, but from the Imperium's perspective, everything was going according to plan. That was until treachery began to dig its roots throughout the Space Marine legions. Horus Lupercal, the War Master, Primarch of the Luna Wolves, who had been chosen to lead in the Emperor's absence after he returned to Terra, would turn against the Imperium and fold 9 of the 18 Space Marine legions, as well as many sects of the Imperial Guard and Adeptus Mechanicus, in a terrifying civil war against the Emperor. This event would come to be known as the Horus Heresy.
So why is the Horus Heresy so important to the storyline? This is probably the most well-documented points in time in all of 40K. And it's that moment where the hope that I mentioned before gets completely crushed. Humanity was on the right path. They were putting all the pieces back together after the end of the Age of Strife. But with the introduction of treachery to the Space Marine legions, that all came crashing down. And at the current point in the 40K timeline, they're still pretty much putting the pieces back together even 10,000 years later. Now, even though the Horus Heresy and 30K in general are technically a prequel to 40K, you could arguably call it a completely separate franchise. And one of the most important things to me in it is, as somebody who got really into 40K before I knew anything about the Horus Heresy, the Primarchs were always these larger-than-life demigod-type characters, like Hercules and Odysseus, that were just spoken about as if they were legend. You didn't even really know if they were real. But when you start reading the Horus Heresy books, they're main characters. And just seeing 2 of the Primarchs interact with one another and speak to each other was mind-blowing for me. This timeline sees a lot of the factions that you'll see in 40K get incredibly fleshed out, with the exceptions of the one that haven't really been introduced yet, like the Tau or the Tyranids. And technically the
okay. Buffer time. I'm back. What did I miss?
Necrons were there too, but they were still asleep in their tomb worlds.
So the Horus Heresy is probably the most well-documented period of time within the Warhammer 40K timeline, as the entire thing is only about 9 years long, yet the Horus Heresy novel series is still being written as of the time of this recording, and has over 60 novels in it. Even more so if you count all of the novellas and short stories that were created to support the main books. Now, needless to say, there is an absolutely ton of stuff that happens in the series, but I'm going to tell you just what you need to know.
I really did.
So for a time, the Emperor led the Great Crusade himself. However, he needed to begin work on what was known to him as the Webway project back on Earth. This bit of information had not been revealed to any of his Primarchs, a fact that would end up causing resentment to build up in many of his sons. Now, if the project had been successful, it would have completely eliminated humanity's reliance on warp travel. Unfortunately, that didn't end up happening, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So a new War Master was appointed to act in his stead. Horus Lupercal of the Luna Wolves was chosen for this role. Now, he was still a Primarch with his own legion, but for all intents and purposes, he would be the voice of the Emperor. Any decision that Horus made would be as if it came from the Emperor himself. Now, he had his faults, of course, just like the rest of his brothers. But when he was chosen as the War Master, even though a few Primarchs grumbled about how it should have been them, they all recognized Horus's greatness. And for a time, he served his role incredibly well. Now, that would all change on the moon of Davin, when Horus was mortally injured by the planetary governor who had been corrupted by Nurgle, wielding a blade known as the Anathame, a sword that was said to be so deadly that it could kill even that which was unkillable. This wound placed Horus in a coma, and none of the apothecaries available on Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, were able to cure him. Now, to Horus's
like clone armor, you know, modified, but clone armor from Star Wars.
Marines at the time, this seemed like a freak accident. However, that's not exactly what happened. You see, there was this chaplain named Erebus, who was a member of the Wordbearers Legion and had been accompanying the Luna Wolves. You see, he had actually stolen the blade from a group of people known as the Interrex, and then provided it to the man that would end up landing the blow, all as part of his careful plan to end up corrupting Horus. It was revealed that he had been behind the scenes orchestrating the heresy at the command of his Primarch Lorgar, who, after having been reprimanded by the Emperor for spreading his worship, which completely went against his ideals, had sought out other gods more worthy of their devotion. The Wordbearers would inevitably discover the Chaos Gods, and set in motion events that would lead to the bloodiest civil war humanity had ever seen. Now, back on the Vengeful Spirit, Erebus recommended bringing Horus to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, a place on Davin, where they could use sorcery to heal him. Now, this was a diabolic place that was linked to the ruinous powers of the Chaos Gods, a fact that was unknown to the Luna Wolves at the time. Many of the Marines were against this, but they didn't really see any other options. So in desperation, they agreed to try what Erebus wanted. And it was here in the temple that Horus was put into a dreamlike fugue state. And in this dream, he would be manipulated by the Chaos Gods and the astral spirit of Erebus into turning against the Emperor. He was shown visions of the future, of the galaxy in flames, of a human imperium that worshipped the Emperor as a god. Humanity had descended into a new dark age, and the Emperor didn't care about humanity. He had just been using them this entire time in order to obtain godhood. Now, during this, the astral spirit of Magnus, the Primarch of the Thousand Suns Legion, appeared before Horus and tried to prevent what was happening. But unfortunately, he was ultimately unsuccessful, and the corruption had taken root in Horus's heart. When Horus finally awoke, he had been healed and his allegiance had changed. He set about orchestrating the downfall of the Imperium. Now, 7 of the other Primarchs, Lorgar of the Wordbearers, Mortarion of the Death Guard, Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, Perturabo of the Iron Warriors, Angron of the World Eaters, Alpharius of the Alpha Legion, and Conrad Kurz of the Night Lords, would join with Horus and pledge their allegiance to his cause. Now, each of the traitor Primarchs realized that not all of their Space Marines would end up following them after their heresy had been revealed, and thus it was determined which of the Marines were likely to remain loyal and which ones would side with their Primarch. With the Loyalists identified, the traitor legions would end up purging an enormous amount of their own men. This would take place on the world of Istvan III, when the Marines that were selected for purging were sent down to the planet's surface to fight against the Xeno species that had claimed it. The mission was basically bogus, and the real reason they had been sent down was the traitors in orbit planned on wiping them out all in one fell swoop. They would then inevitably virus bomb the planet, and any Marines that were not killed by the virus bombing were then set ablaze as the gas clouds were ignited and a massive wall of fire spread out in every direction, incinerating everything on the planet's surface. Now, there would be a couple of survivors here, such as Gavriel Loken, a Luna Wolf and one of the 4 members of the Mournival, but his story deserves its own video. With the Loyalists purged from their own legions, the traitors would move on to Istvan V, and the events there would later be known as the Drop Site Massacre. The traitors would end up calling for aid from many of the other Loyalist legions, specifically the legions that they felt they wouldn't be able to turn, no matter how convincing their argument. These included the legions and Primarchs of the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard. The combined forces of the traitor legions would open fire on their own brothers here and slaughter them to a man. The Primarch Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands was killed by Fulgrim during this battle, but the Primarchs of the other 2 legions, Vulcan of the Salamanders and Corax of the Raven Guards, would ultimately live on. However, their legions were reduced to a mere fraction of what they once were. The Raven Guard, for example, were said
It's basically like a Clone Wars type of deal, type shit.
to originally have 80,000 Space Marines, but after the Drop Site Massacre, that had been reduced to 5,000. Shortly after these events, and halfway across the galaxy, Magnus of the Thousand Suns would seek to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal. He did this by astral projecting all the way to Terra. He felt like sending a message the old-fashioned way wouldn't get there in time, or worse, could have been intercepted by the traitors. And shortly before this, all psychic powers had been banned at the Council of Nicaea, so in attempting to warn the Emperor, he was directly going against his orders. But Magnus was doing what he felt he had to. Unfortunately, he would end up being manipulated by the chaos god of treachery, Tzeentch, and ended up destroying a psychic barrier around the Sol system that the Emperor had placed to keep the forces of chaos at bay. Magnus's astral form burst into the throne room, unaware of what he was doing, and hordes of demons followed him in. The Webway project was destroyed, and the Emperor ordered the Space Wolves and Leman Russ to bring Magnus in and answer for his crimes. However, the message was intercepted by Horus, who changed the order to kill Magnus and the Thousand Suns, and burn their world of Prospero. The Space Wolves followed their orders and decimated the planet. In a desperate attempt to save his
worst luck ever. They all die. It's just constant death.
Legion, Magnus made a pact with Tzeentch, who warped him and his surviving sons off of Prospero and to the planet of the Sorcerers, a world deep within the Eye of Terror. Later, Magnus would pledge loyalty to Horus, not out of some form of malice like his brothers, but because he had directly been betrayed by the Imperium. The War Master would lead a horrifically violent crusade against the Imperium, working ever closer towards Terra and the Imperial Palace. Eventually, the traitors would siege Terra. Horus had been infused with the power of all of the Chaos Gods, and in a great climactic final battle, would engage the Emperor in combat. Still seeing the good in his son, the Emperor would end up holding back, not unleashing his full power, hoping desperately that Horus could still be saved and redeemed. In this moment of weakness, Horus managed to land a mortal wound on the Emperor, and with that, the Emperor realized that there was no saving his son, that he had been completely lost to him. So the Emperor unleashed his full power and obliterated Horus so completely that not even his soul survived. Now, in order to keep the Emperor alive, the Astronomicon was quickly converted into a makeshift life support system. The Emperor's psychic might would be used to power it, and the machine would keep him from truly dying. And here the Emperor would remain for the next 10,000 years. His physical body little more than a decaying corpse, while his spiritual body
Is this universe?
was free to roam the warp, and by all accounts, has been growing stronger ever since. Now, one of the greatest ironies of 40k is that since the Emperor is a perpetual, if he was to physically die, he would be reborn. This is a fact that the other members of the Imperium are not aware of. So over the last 10,000 years, they've been doing everything they can to keep him alive. But if he had just been allowed to die, he would have come back. The traitor legions would be pushed back from Terra. With the War Master dead, their siege had failed. And in the period of time leading up to the 31st millennium, an event known as the Scouring would take place, where all of the traitor legions were hunted down and forced into exile within the Eye of Terror. After the heresy had fully concluded, the Imperium was left to put all of the pieces back together. The Emperor was gone, the traitor legions had been pushed back, and a period of rebuilding took place. In order to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again, a council of representatives known as the High Lords of Terra were implemented to rule in the Emperor's place, each coming from a different background and having different goals and objectives rather than the Imperium being ruled by a single individual. Now, that being said, they were also supposed to quote-unquote interpret the Emperor's will. Additionally, Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, would propose that the Space Marine legions be broken up into chapters, each of which containing no more than 1,000 members. The idea was that if treachery on this scale had happened once before, then it could inevitably happen again. And no single man should have the power of an entire Space Marine legion at his disposal. Many of the Primarchs did not agree with this, namely Vulcan of the Salamanders, whose legion had been reduced to just a mere fraction of its original power, or Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fist, who viewed this action as a further weakening of the Legion's strength, after they had just concluded the bloodiest civil war in their history. Regardless of how they felt, the book that Guilliman had penned that outlined how all of the chapters should be organized, known as the Codex Astartes, was eventually implemented, and all of the legions were broken up.
The 10,000 years between the Horus Heresy and the 41st millennium is where the bulk of 40k lore takes place. This is where the majority of the books are set. And you could make the argument that all of these events are definitely important, but they're not critical to understanding the framework of the entirety that is 40k. But there are a few details that I feel like you need to understand. The first and most major is that during this time period, we see all of the Primarchs inevitably end up disappearing. And all for various reasons. Leman Russ dives into the warp, headed off after the traitors. Corvus Corax disappears in shame after he tried to rebuild his legion by cutting corners. And inevitably accidentally made a whole bunch of Raven Guard abominations. And
God.
Guilliman was mortally wounded by his brother Fulgrim, and subsequently put in stasis. So it's kind of mirroring what happened with his father. In the span of this 10,000 years, we'll also see the Damocles Crusade, where the Tower introduced to the storyline. First contact with the Tyranids also occurs here.
What I know is that the Tyranids are the worst.
The alarm clock for the Necrons ends up going off and all their tomb worlds start coming back online. But we're jumping ahead to the 13th Black Crusade, because this is where the timeline finally started moving forward.
When we find ourselves in the 41st millennium, the events of the Horus Heresy have slipped into legend. Most people alive during this time have no idea what transpired back then. Whether that be because of the intentional purging of specific documents, a covering up of the truth, or just that it happened so long ago that they don't remember. This isn't true of the Space Marines. They remember it all too well. But whereas most of the Loyalist Marines that are alive in the 41st millennium know of these events because of the records kept by their chapter, however, when it comes to the traitor Marines that exist in the Eye of Terror, time flows differently there. And most of those Marines were the very same individuals that participated in the Horus Heresy. So they remember those events because they were actually there. Now, the Eye of Terror was a pretty terrible place to live. There really weren't a lot.
I don't think we're moving forward for like a good little happy part of the universe. We're moving to a grimmer and darker part of the story.
Resources and the traitor legions were far from united, each one of them fracturing off into a bunch of different warbands, led by various powerful warlords that were pretty much just pursuing their own interests. In fact, at this point, Chaos fought amongst itself more than it ever fought against the Imperium or Xenos. Now, one of these Space Marines in particular was named Abaddon, and he had been the first captain of the Luna Wolves and one of the 4 members of Horus's Mournival during the Horus Heresy. Abaddon sought to unite the traitors and would end up reforming his legion, drawing members from all of the various Chaos warbands. This legion would be called the Black Legion. Over the several thousand years that passed between the Horus Heresy and the 41st millennium, Abaddon, or an appointed representative, would lead what were known as the Black Crusades, Chaos incursions out of the Eye of Terror back into real space, to attack various Imperial worlds. Now, for the longest time, it looked like the traitors just weren't really very good at conquering, as every single crusade ultimately failed to bring about the complete collapse of the Imperium. However, it was revealed in the last few years that each one of these crusades had a much smaller objective, that Chaos was actually playing the long game. The very first of these Black Crusades would take place in the 31st millennium, about 500 years after the Scouring. Now, in response to these raids, the Imperium would end up fortifying the planet that was right outside of the Eye of Terror, known as Cadia, and it became one of the most fortified positions in the entire Imperium next to Terra itself. For 10,000 years, Cadia stood sentinel right outside of the Eye, ready to punish and push back anything that would try to leave it. However, in the 41st millennium, all of the small victories that Chaos had managed to achieve over the previous 12 Crusades would come together in the 13th. This was the period that saw Abaddon's forces assault the Cadian Gate, and in the end, Abaddon ended up sacrificing one of his Blackstone fortresses, an ancient alien spaceship made of the same material the Necrons used back during the War in Heaven to create their pylons. He hurled it at Cadia like an artificial meteor, the impact being absolutely apocalyptic, and not just for the planet, but for the vast network of Blackstone pylons that had been built under Cadia's surface millions of years ago by the Necrons. You see, Cadia wasn't existing just as a blockade for anything trying to come out of the Eye of Terror, but that system of Blackstone had actually been keeping it from growing. With Cadia destroyed, the Eye began to grow out of control, and would eventually spread all the way across the galaxy. This was known as the Cicatrix Maledictum, or more commonly as the Great Rift. It split the universe completely in half, and all of the Imperial worlds that were on the opposite side of Terra were suddenly plunged into darkness, and were cut off from the rest of the Imperium. To say this was a massive victory for the forces of Chaos is a gross understatement. This was single-handedly one of the most devastating events in the entire history of the galaxy. And after the forming of the Great Rift is the time period we currently find ourselves in the 40K timeline. Recent events have seen the resurrection of Guilliman, who's come back to lead the Imperium, and is pretty horrified by what he's seeing, as it's been completely dominated by superstition and religion, where they worship his father as a god, even though thousands of years ago
he would hate that so much.
Specifically told them not to. During this time, we would also see the rise of the Primaris Marines, and the induction of Guilliman's Indomitus Crusade, which sought to reunite the worlds on the other side of the Great Rift. But these are all topics that we'll dive in more in future videos.
And that's it. That's everything that I feel like you need to understand about 40K in order to understand the storyline. And the things that I chose to leave out, it's not that they're not important. It's just that things like the Age of Strife and the 13th Black Crusade end up being a lot more important than something like the Damocles Crusade. You could read 100 of the 40K novels and never touch anything in the War of the Beast or the War for Armageddon, and you probably wouldn't be too confused. But if you don't know what an STC is, or know what the Age of Strife was, you're probably gonna get pretty confused because these things tend to come up a lot. But what do you guys think? Do you feel strongly that an event that I left out should have been mentioned in this video? If so, let me know down.
I don't understand. I mean, I need to process the information, I guess, but still, I didn't understand shit. Like, Emperor, good. Immortal. Modify humans, good. Deadly. Half of them betrayed half of them. Civil War. Chaos Gods, for some reason. And Necrons are sleeping? Like, I'm confused. Yeah, that's a good point, though. Like, I want to know more now, but, like, I understood, but I don't think I'm gonna, like, keep it inside my brain. I think I'm gonna delete it for tomorrow, or in the next 2 hours, I'm gonna just forget about it. If somebody would ask me now, hey, what is Warhammer 40k about, I would say, Emperor good, big, tall, immortal. That's it. That's it. That's just it. That's all I know. So yeah. Way too much information for my, I don't know, my mind right now. Way too much. But yeah, pretty good though. It's a good video. Okay, it's a good video. It's fine. It's like it deserves the 2 million views that it has. Good video. Would recommend this channel if you want to know more about 40k. What the fuck am I doing? Yeah. Also, basically, humanity trying to be survive in the cosmos. We have watched all the videos I wanted to watch. But I just found a video to watch later. Save to watch later. Okay, this is for the next time we watch something. I want to play Minecraft. I really feel like playing Minecraft now. And I have time to do so. So I'm going to play Minecraft. So let me set it up. Yeah, also, and you know, that's a good point. He had like I don't know, precognitive abilities, could just like see the future. So I don't know how that works. I don't know what his plan was, but the Emperor works in mysterious way. Let's just say that. Okay, we have this. Working Minecraft is opened. We have this working right here. Let's put it right here. This timer, this thing, it's not working properly, which is annoying me so much. I mean, after all, Warhammer is just like a hopeless universe, I feel like, and I don't think it will ever be good, but that's the point. It's like the little hope at the end of the just lifespan of the universe that will never come and will be in constant war. True, but also I feel like the Emperor had the best interest of humanity in some sort of choices that he did. So yeah, I feel like that it's also to keep in mind. Okay, we are Minecrafting. I'm gonna hide the timer since it's just here. Oh, well, kind of not. Could I just edit this out? Like edit layout settings. Could I make it just like solid color and make it like, yeah, red? Okay, wait a second. Wait, because this could be a smart thing to do. Now, how do we make it? No, close this. Chroma key. Okay. Chroma key. Custom color. Select color. And we're gonna put it. No. Okay. What about there? How does this look? Oh, it looks pretty good actually. Freaking heck. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? It's kind of like transparent. I can always hide it though. I just started. 111. Actually, wait. There we go. Deaths. 101. Height. There we go. There we go. Okay, it's all set up for Minecraft. Create new world. What killed us last time? Can't remember. Actually. I can't remember. So I'm gonna put just 111. We are really doing math right now. Just forcing your brain to do math. Let's start. Let's just jump into it. I warmed up before this stream, so I think I'm gonna be good after 3 hours of not doing nothing. Ooh, okay, planes. This is a good spawn. This could be good for us. Okay, giant rift. Laggy at the beginning. Wait, if this is a lush cave, I could be just winning already. I just need to. This doesn't look like a lush cave. Let's grab the wood. Oh! Fuck! That was so scary! Okay, it's a bad start. Oh boy. I know I should be more positive, but god damn, that's scary. Just didn't look down, you know? Just didn't look down. I need, like, lush caves are just such a cheat for this run. Thank you, Ken. I'm gonna need it. It's 111. I'm gonna cry if I keep going like this. Mother, I need help. Yeah, oh, yeah, well, latency is a bitch. Okay, let's make another. I'm gonna go down quickly and come back up. Just because I want the iron that I saw there to make a shield, and I'm just make an axe just to fight, and then we go down. Ooh. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's see. You didn't wish me good luck, man. You just cursed me. That's way too... I don't wanna... I'm gonna have to do it in like a smart way, or I'll die. Okay, I can go down from here. Just grab the iron and get out. I'll also check out if it's an actual cave or just a lush cave. That makes a huge difference for us. Okay, this is a lot of iron, which is good for our objectives. So 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we're going pretty fast this time. Just need like 4 pieces. Oh, it'll last a while. Ooh. Okay, I need pickaxe, which is the first thing. Shield, second. Actually, I don't have enough for a shield because I didn't gather enough wood. Actually, I do. I need to think before I speak. It's a huge problem with me nowadays. I don't think, I just say things, spread misinformation and Mr. Information. Also, let's not keep Mr. Information out. He's not a cuck yet. Then we're gonna just traverse the plains. Attempting to find a good village. This is 5 already. We can make this. Okay, let me just this first, this second. Here. Yeah, okay. This is a water bucket. This is a bucket. Dear God. There's more. No. Have you ever seen that animation? That like Team Fortress 2 animation? So funny. I mean, people strictly use misinformation. Never Mr. Information. They will never use Mr. Information. Always this misinformation. They're just so mean. Okay, we have this. I mean, if I didn't have to worry about food, this would be so much faster. Okay, I think it's time to just plot our escape. Jesus fucking Christ, someone is really into their loud engine. Okay, this is a good way to get out. Okay, yeah, sure. Now, we're 3 food down, almost 4. We can be wasting... We can be wasting so much. Okay, 4 foot down, we are gonna die. Straight up, just dead. We are already dead. I'll show it. I'll show it later. It's actually really funny. Let's see if there's a lush cave around here. That's food for us. No, actually no. This seems like a pretty shit cave. Well, now I need food. Straight up, quick. So better get out of here. I don't know if like it's like the bread one where he just teleports too much bread and gives everyone that what you call it? I don't remember, the disease, the sickness that afflicts everyone in that animation. I need to go that way. Fuck. Remember to jump here. I'm gonna need wood. And I can pick up my way to the village. Okay, we are 7 minutes in. Boy. And we have run out of food already. This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard. This is not a good start. I mean, it's not a bad start, but boy. We have iron at least, which is progress. But, God, I wish I could, I don't know, eat my arm, maybe? Oh, boy. Come on, boys. There should be a village around here. I mean, there should is a word you should never use, haha, pun intended, with Minecraft. But I hope there's a village nearby. Spending 10-20 minutes just running around without food is not fun. Okay, I see nothing that indicates that I should be hopeful for this trip. God, where's the lush cave when I need one? Yeah, no in between. Yeah, Ken is right. Oh my God, I just need a lush cave or a village or a magical chest that will give me every single item I need in the game and just short circuit this. You know, but that will never happen. Of course not. It's Minecraft. I've been really unlucky lately with the villages and spawning. Maybe I shouldn't have taken the temptation of the iron and just traversed the plains until I found a village. Would have been much faster. I'm gonna grab the wood. I'm gonna make a boat. Boats go faster with or without hunger. Okay, yeah, sure. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to swallow our pride and keep going. 10 minutes, boys! I mean, at least I can go down into a cave if I choose to. Get diamonds and whatever, but without food, we're not gonna progress much. This has a bad taste, but I have an awful feeling about this. No nether portal to give me like a golden apple or whatever, which is also really just sad. Well, boys, this seems like a slow start to our Minecraft thing. Usually where there's cherry blossom trees, there's villages, but that doesn't seem to be the case today. Also, zombies have a much more larger radius of aggro compared to skeletons. What the frick? Is that a... Oh, also I forgot the jungle biome could be good for us. But there's no jungle biome I see anywhere near us, so... I'm gonna die of hunger. At least I got better at the game, you know? I can always say that I am better at playing Minecraft. Which is not much. I have an idea for a silly Minecraft speedrun that I'm going to attempt during the week, which is not like a super like entertaining speedrun, but it's actually like creative and it could give me like a world record already in a speedrun. Which would be, if I, like, how fast can I die in Minecraft without touching the keyboard, you know? So, basically dying by hunger, which you have to do in hardcore, because... Oh, wow, that's just like a solid flat edge. Awesome. Because you can't die of hunger the normal way. Like, on survival, I don't think you can... And if you can, I just don't know about it. So basically the speedrun would be just staying still for like 10 minutes and dying of hunger. Which would be funny. But if you're lucky enough and you spawn on top of a lava pit, you could just, you know, expedite the process and die in an instant and have like a speedrun world record that nobody could break. But I don't know if it's possible to spawn inside or on top of lava. Maybe there are safeguards preventing that. But yeah, I feel like that would be a creative speedrun to make and have on the channel. Oh boy. Okay, sure. Down to 3 hearts and a half. Oh, great, mama. Please. 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 Ongyat. Please give me food. I could eat rotten flesh, actually. You know what? I think it's emergency food, so it counts. I mean, at least we can run. We can't heal, but you know what? Rotten flesh counts, so I'm gonna start eating it. I forgot that I could do that since it's human flesh. Someone might say it's not vegan. I beg to differ. I don't think zombies are animals. They're just humans. I mean, one could make the argument that like humans are animals, but I just don't care. I don't care for that. Oh boy, I almost died there. More like fungus. Well, That's not a bad way of seeing things, I guess. So basically we're gonna be killing zombies until we find an unlimited supplies of rotten flesh or oh boy. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so fucking funny though. God damn. Yep. That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. Oh god, that's so hilariously funny. 112 and zombie. That's so funny. Oh god. Around 12, single player. Once again, let's get into this. Create new world. Zombie. Are you ready, kids? Oh, snow biome. That's always good. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, baby. I am not being sarcastic at all. I see planes over there. I don't know how to believe that I can make it over there without having to fall into like the classic usual you know, snow that just swallows you like it's quicksand, but apparently just I don't know why it exists. Just I feel like it's a useless game mechanic. Okay, sure. You know what, game? You know what, game? Fine. Oh boy. The planes didn't last for long. It's all forest. We're gonna go this way. And hope and pray. I mean, actually, technically speaking now, go annoy your sister. I suppose it's your sister you're speaking of. So go annoy your sister. Annoy? Annoy? No, it's just forest everywhere. God, get them. Maybe, you know what? Maybe the water will be good for us. Now craft. At least I don't just use my foot. Traversing like this. Oh god. Have a bad feeling about this. There's no in between always, so if we don't find a village in the first 5 minutes, it's always like 10 to 15 minutes to actually find something useful. And even then, it's not even just close to useful, it's just trash. Recycled, unfiltered, absolute trash. Yep, I was freaking right. Oh god. I see. I saw something over there. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Is it a village or is it a villager thing? A village. Okay, these villages are usually shitty, but they could work in our favor. Just to kickstart. Okay, I'm in a village. The wheat is good though, so it's not like I'm gonna get food out of this. What? Oh. If I get emeralds by stealing from you, I could actually get food. That's good. That's good to know. Let's go, baby. I'm gonna take the nuggets just in case, but let's go, baby. Come here. Come here. Silly goofy, yeah. Okay, 24 pieces of bread is a great start. Okay, we found a village in, like... Okay, sure. Thank you. Thank you so... Oh, please tell me you have an armor stand. Oh, you don't. Oh, you absolute... You don't. How? Why are you burning? Oh, there's lava like around here. Okay, yeah, sure. Burn all you want. Okay, this is gonna be our food then. It's not a good source of food, but it's what we can use to survive for now. This paired with a lush cave could work in our favor. Where's the entrance to your house? Oh, well, yeah, that's great, sure, whatever. Yeah, no, I didn't even bother, nope. There we go. Oh, fucking shitty smoker. Okay, sure. So we don't have much of anything. Let's see, up here. Oh, we have a crafting table. This is useful. One could argue that it is. I would beg to differ, but I hear things burning. And you know what? I couldn't care less. Now an axe. Okay, this goes here, this goes here. This. Here, okay, 20%. Sure. Now, No, I did not cause that fire. I did not. It was, there's a lava pit down here, and that's what caused the fire. Okay, this is mine now. Thank you. Okay, sure. Thanks. I should. I don't know how though, because there's a lava pit. Oh, right here. Yeah, sure. Holy shit! You just saw. You have to leave me. Okay. No. Actually, while we are at it, I'm gonna do this. This. That, yep. Let's see if we can get another one. Nope. Nope. Okay, sure. Will it work? No. But if I do this, maybe. Yes, infinite potatoes. I checked this out. I mean, it could be like that. Could actually be like that. One never knows. One never knows. This is more potato. Okay, we need to get out of here. We need to start on our path down. Get them. So we need to find a cave. I mean, it's a possibility. You can always run into a village and just like burst into flames. I don't see why not. Okay, 10 minutes in. Need cave. Is this a cave? Is this a... Yeah, okay, let's go in. This goes here. This is very much important. We need that. Minecraft. Okay, there we go. Cool. Good start. Boy! Okay, we learned a lot today with reaction videos. I love it. $20 seconds? Yeah, sure. We'll watch it after I die here. Oh, great. We need this. We need this so badly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, fuck! Oh boy. Wanna link the videos in the chat? You can. I'm gonna update the fucking thing in the meantime. Freaking. Yeah, fucking it. Why does OBS like don't show me the fucking curses? I want to. 10 times I died by a zombie, so that's not good. Well, send the links on the chat or on the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, you can. And then we'll watch them. Oh, my bank sending me notifications is just so funny. It's like... You dislike Discord? I like it because it's convenient. Open up YouTube. I will judge you a lot. Also, I don't know if you sent the actual link through the chat. So yeah, that's also a thing. If you did, I don't see it. In the meantime, I'm gonna search for. Okay, that is there. This over here, not this. Of course, sure thing. I mean, you can send them and leave them there. That's it. We'll watch it at the end of the stream. That's also a thing we can do. Wait. There we go. Okay, here. Okay, we'll watch all the videos. Well, not all the videos, but we'll watch some more videos at the end of the stream. I hate spawning here. Why are you doing? Oh, food. Okay. I don't hate it that much now. We just stacked a couple of days, so stack is enough to survive one cave trip. Then we'll just have to fight for our own survival. Okay, I think this is gonna be more than a stack, so record breaking. Almost. Also, no, I don't see it on in the chat. So either I think Ken, you'll have to join the Discord, much to your dismay. That's gonna be funny. If you have Discord. If you don't, maybe we can do something else about it. Maybe add like a Google form where people can submit videos. I think streamers do that, so I probably will do that if I don't create a Discord channel for suggested videos, which I should do also. Okay, we have broken a record officially. So that's awesome. I didn't start this fire, but apparently, you know, the game really did want to spawn lava here. So, you know, it is what it is. Okay, I'm gonna find a cave now. I can craft once I'm near a cave. Is this a cave? Nope. I need an actual cave, you know, one with like deep, intricate like things and monsters and guaranteed death. Also, thanks Ken for the good luck. I'm gonna need it because we've been failing terribly at this challenge for the last 30 days. That's right, we've been a month doing this challenge, and I just come to realize that I am not good at Minecraft. But, and this is a big but, big Giat, a big BBL. This is actually really good for us. I know it's kind of like wasting time, but trust me when I tell you, this will save us a lot of time. This is useless. I need a fucking cave every time I... No, I'm not good at Minecraft yet. Oh. Okay, chat. Fine. Okay. I'm not good at Minecraft yet. Oh, of course, I'm marginally better than the first run, but still not good at it. How can I get good? Okay, this is a cave. Fine. There we go. Cave. Give me fuel, give me fire. This, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do... I don't know why I needed a button, but okay. God damn it. I'm gonna... It's okay. Can I... Okay, there we go. Just a random button in the middle of the woods. I hear a skeleton down here. Okay, we have enough wood for a while now. Okay, yep, just eat. Actually, let's have used this instead of going inside immediately. Let's be smart and use this. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, there we go. Enough for an axe. Yeah, baby. Yeah, boys. Okay, diamond time. Oh, that's so sneaky. That's so sneaky. It died. Good. I am evil. I feel like this is the worst cave to start at. Where's the coal that I saw? Okay, down here. Okay, this goes here, this goes here. That's 12 torches for now, it's good. You sneaky bitch, though. Okay. Is that a mine? What the? How? Okay, let's just... Okay, good. Now another one.
here.
Okay, we're gonna keep the rotten flesh since it's food. More torches. Good. Well, shall we? Oh, 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 oh no, oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Come on, heal. Heal up. Heal the freak up. Oh god. Where are you? Oh, you're right here. Oh, okay, sure. Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing. Well, I could fight you now. There we go. Easy. Easy. Nothing to be afraid of. Just easy, easy dubs here. Only easy dubs. Oh, finally a shield. And a pickaxe. Okay, boys, this is so much better than before. We are doing so good. We are cooking. The only thing I don't have, which I couldn't care less for right now, is coal, which we could get at this depth. There should still be coal. Shouldn't have all my torches. Shouldn't have saved some of it. Oh well. Oh, it goes deeper. That's great. Awesome. I have a good feeling about this, and I don't know why, but I have a feeling that this not necessarily is a run, not necessarily is a run, because I don't want to jinx it, but you know, if you know, you know, if you know, you know. Rawr. I need one more to make an iron pickaxe. Okay, we are already in a better position than last time. Okay, so we're gonna craft a bucket and we're gonna get out of here. Get out of here! Okay. Bucket. We're done. Okay, sure. We're gonna keep the rotten flesh as emergency food, because I know, knowing myself, I will take a lot of damage. And it's not gonna be easy to heal. This is iron for our stuff later. Besides, if I run out of shield, I'm gonna need to craft another one. Oh, yeah. Just one piece. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This is all good. It's not good, and we are gonna need the coal. See if we can find some before we go deeper. There usually is a lot of coal, but weirdly enough, here we are. Oh yeah, Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh boy. I knew that could happen. I didn't know how easy. It could happen. Okay. Let's make a sword. Let's make a... No, 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 no. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm good. I'm good. I'm cooking. I can cook. My cooking skills are beyond amazing. Okay, now we go deep. Sword. Gonna make a pair of boots, probably. That should also... Oh, it's so slow though. Just a little bit of armor to make it a little bit tougher to kill us. Not enough to actually prevent actual death, but enough that we're not gonna need to worry about it for a while. Okay, we have plenty coal for now. It's not gonna last a lot though. I'll leave one torch. Up 40 pieces. Who's the fucking asshole? Okay. Where's the deeper part of the cave that I wanted? Here? No, not here. No. Oh, this is a spawner. No, spider spawner is bread. Good. I need to... Oh, hi! Oh, fucking bitch! Oh! God damn it! Fucking asshole! Oh, I had a good feeling. Again, with the zombies. 113. It's like 3 times in a row. They're gonna turn to my nemesis. Okay, 113. Hardcore. Zombie world. Take a breath. A deep one. I mean, they could. I mean, they're pretty far. Okay, it's 28 to 10. 11 right now. But they could. They could if they really tried. Oh. Oh boy, we're starting this biome again. Why can't we get away from the shitty goofy biomes? Dog water. Straight up. Aww. God, I just want a nice village with big gates. Okay, snow biome, not good idea. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. No. Well, we go this way then. We go the way of the sun. The sun is our god. Just like many cultures before us, the sun is gonna become our god. And we do as our god demands. The path of the sun is the true path. The path of the fireball in the sky is the true path. There's not much in this world. Okay, another forest fire. Pretty good, pretty chill. You know, I love Minecraft. Boy, I do not love my ideas. Okay, our god demands a big ass swim, so we're gonna make a boat because our god demands it. God demands boat. We give him boat. God demands... Nope. God demands axe. We give him axe. And God demands pickaxe. And we give him pickaxe. Everything for our God. The sun god demands it. The sun god demands for you to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's go, baby. Yeah. Okay, sun. Please, sun god. Please. I am praying to thee. Put in my path a village or land, fertile land that I can eat off of, that I can enjoy with my chat. I was going to say family, but I don't have any family. The sun is my only family. Oh, the sun. The sun gave us an illager. We have to kill them all in the name of our God. All worship the sun. Yes. Sun God, sun God, sun God, sun God, sun God, sun God. It's to test our faith. Our God likes when our faith is tested. And our sun God demands that we raid this complex and find our true calling in the name of the Lord. Sun God, Sun God, Sun God, Sun God, Sun God, Sun God, don't fail me now. Ooh. Ooh, the Sun God, the Sun God, the Sun God provides. The Sun God provides. No! Oh, we're doing so good though. I like the Sun God vid. We're gonna keep going with the Sun God. It's the third time I died by an illager, so that's pretty chill. 115 now. Sun God didn't put that in our path. It was the moon gods. What am I doing? 115. It would have been hilarious. A crazy maniac raving about the sun gods. Just like... Sun God, Sun God, Sun God, Sun God. The Sun God provides. Sun God. The way of the sun. It's laggy at the beginning. Boy, the sun. Sun god! Sun god! The sun god is pointing us at the village! Literally. Sun god is pointing us towards the sun village. We are gonna convert these infidels. We are gonna have to convert them to the will of the sun. Ah! Sun god, sun god, sun god. The will of the sun god is clear. We need to convert them into believers of the sun god. Sun god, sun god, sun god. Sun god. Sun god, sun god, sun god. Ah! The sun god demands. Sun god, sun god, sun god. Sun god, sun god. Sun god. Ah, sun god. Sun god, sun god. Sun god? Ah! Sun god! No! For the sun god! For the sun god, we must raid! Sun god, sun god! Sun god, sun god! We must fuck their crops and steal their women. Sun god, sun god. Oh, they worship the sun too. Oh. We made a mistake in the name of the sun god. Sun god, sun god. Oh boy, the sun god. Oh. Blood for the flood, the sun. Oh. Sun god, sun god. The sun god demands bread. For subsistence, we must oblige. Sun god, sun god, sun god. Long live the sun god. Oh, sun god. Okay, I think sun god is... Oh yes, sun god. Oh yeah. Bread for thy gods. Yeah. Okay. We have the bread. Oh! Sun god has offered us a sunken ship! Oh! The sun god is generous! Sun god, sun god, sun god! You know you can stop following me around, right? The sun god just... Oh, it's actually really deep. The sun god is testing our might with this foe. Sun god, please give your follower hope. This is so funny. Sun God! Sun God! Oh, I love my sun god. My god is the best. This is how religion wars start. It's like, my god is better than your god. You know, like, akin to my dad is better than your dad. And that's how it starts. The sun god is generous. The sun god has provided us with food! Fuck you. Oh! Ah! Jesus Christ. Ah! Holy fucking shit, it's just, his aggro is amazing. Okay, you're gonna have to well, it's not Sun God, Sun God, Sun God, Sun God, Sun God, Sun God. I believe in my God. My God is the sun! And I am his child. Okay, here we go. That golem is gonna die. Because it's the will of the sun god! Oh, sun god has been generous with us. I don't know, man. Aggro, probably? The sun god is a test. The sun god wants me to prove myself to the E. I have to. I can't fail him now. I might prove myself to my sun god. I have to. This is a test of might. This bitch ass motherfucker followed me and just stood around while I was fucking crafting. Not even the courtesy of killing me straight up. You know what? Fuck you, Golem. Now I have to add Golem to the list. That was the scariest thing that has ever happened in Minecraft, period. Oh god, well, you know what? The sun god tested me and I failed. I have to repent for my sins. Iron Golem. Yeah, she was determined, but I failed my sun god. I have to repent. I have to. It's like, it's an imperative need right now. I have to repent. So let's repent to our sun god. We'll follow the will of the sun! Our sun will guide us. Our God. The true God, the only God, will guide us. Ignore the riches, follow the sun. 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 The path of the sun god is fair and true. Motherfucker, like, literally followed me. Son of a bitch. Just, how? Like, he survived through zombies, skeletons, creepers. He was just determined to just get me. He wanted it. He wanted it more than I wanted to leave. Sun God, Sun God, Sun God. The sun god guide us. The sun god provides. The sun god has provided. red berries, sunberries. Probably. More than likely. The sun god is fair, the sand god is true, the sun god is love. Sun god, sun god, sun god. Worship the sun, worship the sun, worship the sun, worship the sun. Sun, sun, sun. If you say a word too many times, it loses meaning. But not the sun! The sun will never lose meaning. Sun god, sun god. The goal is the gift of the sun. Keep the path straight. Keep the path bright. Our God will provide. Our God will protect. And the heretics, all of them will die. Coal is fuel, just like the sun is fuel for our passions. Sun God, sun God. Plants, the plants of are the children of the sun, as are we. Follow the teachings of the sun. Yes, yes, chat. Follow the will of the sun. Sun God, sun God, sun God. The path is true. The creatures of the darkness do not worship the sun. That's why they burn when they see it. Sun God, sun God. Oh, sun, beautiful sun, how much I adore thee. Oh, sun, beautiful sun, food has been provided. By a stack of 64 shall we dive deep into the caves and traverse the darkness encapsulated and bring the sun to the darkness itself. The sun god will provide a cave to test us. Thy gods are fair, but none as fair as our God, the sun. This is our test. We must survive the cave and get the shiniest possible thing for our sun god to eat, and then traverse to where the false sun resides, the false gods. The nether thyself is our next path. Some might say hell, some might say another realm, but I know its true meaning. It's the land of the inverted sun, and where the traitor, the icon of sin, resides. I am bringing light to the darkness, brother. Brothers, we must bring light into the darkest pits of hell. That's the only way to show our love for our son. Our God who is fair has tested us, and our test is deep within this cave. Jesus Christ, I'm dying. I have failed the sun once more. I cannot. Brothers, forgive me, brothers. I will never do this again, brothers. I cannot fail once more, or this stream will end. God damn it. I mean, it's the first time I died by skeleton in a while, but yeah. Our God is testing me and sees my weakness. The weakness of my flesh will not be for naught. My death will never be forgotten, because I be reborn in the light of the sun. Can you? Yeah. Our brother was right. I was strayed from the path of our Lord. But our Lord lies within the core of this world as well. A second sun. His own sun. The core of our world. The magma core is the second sun. God, sun, God, sun, God, sun, God, sun, God, sun, God, sun, God. I saw the true form of the sun. The true form of the God. It spoke to me, brothers. We have to bring light to the infidels. Bask in thy light. Our sun points us to that way. Our sun is fair! Oh, brothers. There's people here who need the light of our sun. Brothers, we shall show them. We shall show them, brothers, our might. We shall show them the true face of God. They worship, they are heretics. If they actually don't have the religious showings of the last time, they are heretics, and they will be treated as such. Sinners. Sinners will be caught and hung. They have to have the holy scriptures. If they don't, let's see. Their houses are the color of the sun! But their banners are brown. I suspect, brother. I'm suspicious. Brothers. We need to investigate further before going with this crusade, brothers. Brothers, their banners are brown, brothers. But their houses are the color of the sun. What does this mean? Does nobody know about the religious scriptures? Brothers, I suspect this town is full of heretics. They shall be punished. Because that's the will of the sun god. God, I'm going insane. We need to find a way. We need to convert them. Ugh. Ugh, brothers. Ugh. Oh, brothers, this town is full of traitors. Let's make it stop being a town. That's it. There. We have their... Oh, no. We'll burn it down, all brothers. But this will be offerings for our god. We need to burn it down. All of it. These are heretics! Deceivers! They are not worth the light that shines upon their faces. Our sun god will... Fuck. I didn't start the timer. That's against our sun god policies. We are too deep into the pit. We need to buck it. We need to buck it up. We need to buck it up for a... We need to fucking lock in. Okay. Last time a skeleton killed us, so skeleton. We need to lock in. Fuck. Okay, brothers. If the timer isn't running, that's against... The sun god has truly tested us this time, brothers. Placing us upon us the land of white. The land of the moon. And now it's a sun speed run with vegan culture. Because we cannibalize this culture. The plants are the son of God, and we shall eat from what the sun provides. Where's the sun? Brothers, the sun has truly tested us this time. We must traverse the coldness, the void that would be our lives without him. Brothers, we need to be strong upon this test. Beyond this land of freezing cold that worships the moon lies our destiny. The sun provides the fastest way of traveling. Holy fucking shit! Brothers! The sun has provided the fastest ship to its strongest soldier. Brothers! Brother! God, it's so funny how fast it is. Brothers, the sun wants us to keep going. Holy fucking shit, I'm the fastest man alive, just as our sun is the fastest thing in the universe. Boy. Sun God, sun God, sun God. May we rejoice upon your fair light, sun God. I'm gonna break character for a second. The only village that actually worships the sun proper is the desert village. Clearly. Okay, back into character. Sun God! Sun God! The plains! The only land that provides trees and light. Our sun God is fair. Because everything the light touches is our sun's true domain. Oh, fair sun, how much has thee provided for this humble servant of yours. It shall be written in the holy scriptures how fair and kind our true God is. We must never doubt him. Also, 3 minutes and 50 seconds into finding a village, and we haven't succeeded yet. I'm dying. Sun God! Sun God! The sun is in the middle of the sky! Our path must be chosen for us, and trust that it's the path chosen by the sun God himself. Oh, brothers! I see heretics on the horizon. Let's see if they worship the true God. Oh, brothers, they build their villages and houses on the highest peak of the mountains. Oh, brothers, they may worship the sun. Brothers, I see a side of the devil. The false sun. The false god beckons us. Let's infiltrate this town. Brothers, I have a feeling that there are heretics among us. Let's investigate further, brothers. This man is a clear idiot. Brothers, sisters of the sun, angels, they have no banners, but yet they worship the sand by planting crops facing him. Brothers, I suspect this town is not filled with heretics. Look, they even have the holy rug, colored the same as the sun! Brothers, I feel we found our place with our brothers. Yes, I declare this town free of heretics. They worship the sun! They worship the sun! They worship the sun! Okay. I need to break character for a fucking second and actually try this speedrun. God fucking damn it. Okay, I mean, they worship the sun, so it's good enough for me. I can break character now. God, my throat hurts from screaming about the sun god. Also, this is my last attempt for the day, because I have to do stuff. It's always good to find brothers that worship the sun as violently and as passionately as us. Brother! Holy fucking shit, brothers! Oh, brothers. This town is our true calling. God damn. My throat. Oh, sun god. Sun God tested our might, and we succeeded. Sun God! Sun God! Brothers! There seems to be more brothers! Brothers, I'm getting tired of the bit. The light of the sun. Bread. The food of the sun. The seeds of the sun. Who would eat potatoes? They grow in darkness, away from the sun. They are not true followers. The potatoes are traitors. Nothing, brother. It's my will breaking down, brother. I swear I did not mean to betray our core values. Just like Honey did betray their customers. Let's go. Brothers, it's time. The sun demands a test. A test of might. A test of confidence. We must gather the fuel and bring light to the sinners in the dark. Because that's what crusades are, basically. We must crusade! Or, in modern terms, peacekeep. We must keep the peace by interfering. Brothers, we shall start in the darkest pit of hell. I will not stray from the path of the Lord. I am a pious believer, and I will bring light to the darkest of hells. God, I gotta break character for a second. My throat is actually hurting so much right now. Brother, you have to trust in me. I know the holy scriptures. The test that every priest must go through is the test of darkness. Look, brothers, our sun, liquid sun, is here. You know, I never thought I would turn out to be a religious fanatic, and here I am, being a fan of a god. Okay, this is mine. Brothers, this is ours, brothers. Ours to give the sun. Our flame will never be extinguished. Brothers! What our brother says is true. Brothers, we must prove our devotion. by laying with the sun's juice, bathed in the sun juices, and carrying our son's juice in our hands. Brothers. Brothers, we shall, for the sun god, carry its seed to the new land, the promised land, by our god. Very well, brothers. We shall carry brothers! I am one! Brothers, I am one with the sun! And I'm gonna die. Brothers, I touched the sun jizz! I am going insane, brothers! Brothers. I need help. I need serious help. Brothers, more sun jizz! We're gonna carry it to the new earth. We have the power of the sun! Oh, brothers. My devotion is absolute. And the sun will repay me for my devotion. We must bring light to every dark corner of this pit. Brothers! Brothers, gift. Precious gifts for the sun. Also, we're kind of doing record time if we find a full diamond armor today, so that's good. Brothers, we are closer to greatness. Brother, a heretic. You know what it means, brothers. Heretics must die to the hands of our sun god! They are cowards, brothers. They don't want to pay. Cleanse this sinner's life with yours. Yes. Yes. Yes, brothers. God damn, I'm just gonna go. Brothers! The sun has gifted me with the precious sun gem. That would be the rubies, but we don't have rubies, so diamonds canonically. Brothers, the sun metal is upon us. Oh, brothers, the metal drops of the sun are upon us. This is a divine sign. Oh, brothers, the sun is fair and true. Brothers, a heretic. The heretic must die! Brothers, the sun gives us gifts for cleansing heretics. I'm just so fucking done. My mental state has devolved into religion. Oh, precious Father, show me the way. Guide me with your light where my light cannot reach, for I am a true follower of your teachings. Brothers, the sun-devoided creatures are weak to each other! I need diamonds. And gold. Oh, beautiful. There we go, brothers. The heretics are no match for sun's juices. wrath of our Lord is here. Ooh. Well. Sure thing. Fucking bitch! Cannot believe that happened. Well, that was the last one, so... Well, this is shitty. But I have to go. Have to do stuff. It's a bad ending, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's see. May you... Oh. Okay, the bit is over. The religion is over. I cancelled it. It's cancelled. Also, the camera is just tilted and it makes me tilted. Anyways, I think that's about it for today. Not coming back tomorrow because I have to work by 9 to 5. But maybe on Sunday, just a little bit, a few hours. Anyways. Thank you everybody so much for watching. It's not a cut. Oh god. What have I done? Thank you everybody so much for watching. Next week we're gonna have a 24-hour stream, which is a surprise that it's no longer a surprise. So yeah, I'll see you on Sunday, maybe. Gundam lore next stream. Maybe you can. I'll look something up. And we'll watch some Gundam lore. I wanna do like 3 different streams a week. So yeah, I have enlightened thee. Anyways, thank you very so much for watching, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for coming in and just talking and yeah, everything. We learned a lot today. Go check the channels out because yeah, we reacted to their content and it's only fair that you should check their channels out. So yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Memento Free.